Good afternoon, Kalispera σας. Welcome to the second day of the online conference on Greece and the EU Recovery and Resilience Facility. Our team at the Foundation for Economic and Industrial Research, IOBE, is excited to join forces with the European Commission for a third consecutive year and collaborate on such a topical event which attracts more than 1,000 digital participants. This year's conference explores economic policies through which Greece could transform the long-lasting coronavirus crisis into an opportunity. To this effect, yesterday's highly insightful panels discussed EU economic governance priorities, the design and implementation of the plan Greece 2.0, its synergies with digital transformation. Before quickly touching upon today's topics, let me remind us of some practical information about the conference. At the conference website, besides the agenda, you are able to find short bios of all speakers and a set of background memos and links related to the session topics. As shown on your screen, you are invited to share questions with the speakers before or during the sessions by sending an email to ec_conference@iobe.gr. Today's discussions continue in 5 sessions. These focus on priorities for Greece's green transition, inclusive growth, funding mobilization, and investment opportunities in key sectors. The opening session will offer us the valuable insights of 2 highly distinguished guests on the prospects for Greece beyond the pandemic. For that, I pass now the digital floor to Mrs. Nektaria Stamouli, who will moderate the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. And I would like to welcome you as well in this second day of the conference. And I would like to thank the Commission and the IOBE for giving me the opportunity to moderate this very timely discussion as we slowly starting to get back our lives. And we want to see that the prospects of the Greek economy and Greece looking beyond the pandemic. With us today, we have 2 distinguished guests. We have Mr. Margaritis Chinas, the European Commission Vice President, and Christopher Pissaridis, Professor at the London School of Economics and 2010 Nobel Prize laureate. I will now pass the floor to Mr. Chinas for his opening remarks before we move on to our panel discussion. Mr. Chinas.
Kalispera, Nektaria. Good afternoon from Brussels. It's a pleasure to participate in the second day of the online conference dedicated to Greece and the RRF, and it's a particular honor that I share this panel with Professor Pissaridis, whom I had the privilege to welcome to the Commission 10 years ago, at the time as head of the in-house think tank of the Commission. It was, I think, months after the Nobel Prize award. It was a big moment, and I'm delighted that our paths cross again on this occasion. I will not spend too many words on the unprecedented nature of the Recovery and Resilience Facility, the novelty of its construction, the historic elements around it. I think that these were highlighted yesterday. What I can say is that the Greek plan was very well received by the Commission and the Council for a number of reasons. First, because it was hooked into the string of reforms that have already been implemented during the last 10 years. So there was this element of continuity, which was important. Secondly, because it was an ambitious plan, because this ambitious scope was drawn largely from the comprehensive growth strategy already provided by Professor Pissaridis and his team. And finally, I think the Greek plan was one of the plans that were clearly highlighted by the ownership dimension by the government. I think it reflected very strongly the ownership element, which is absolutely critical, especially when discussing reforms, investments, and growth prospects. So these elements of continuity, ambition, and ownership combined around the Greek plan, which became in a way an early model and paradigm for others to follow. And it could not be otherwise, because I think Greece offers also a typical case for the RRF process. From its wide pool of renewable sources of energy and rich biodiversity to its strategic geographical location and highly qualified people, the country has the potential and the value-added sectors in key areas like agri-food, transport, logistics, thematic tourism, high-tech, to make a difference by using the RRF funds as a fertilizer for its growth prospects. And yes, this is a one-off opportunity for Greece to make the most of its strengths and meet these post-pandemic challenges. So since this is an opening statement, I will only concentrate on four issues that I see of relevance also from my angle, from my perspective as Vice President of the Commission. The first of which is undoubtedly climate policy. This is we cannot deal with climate policy and green transition to low carbon economy without the leverage of the resources identified in the RRF. In Greece, there are particular challenges and the likelihood of adverse socioeconomic consequences in the phasing out of lignite and coal-dependent regions. This is a unique situation, I think, which we're having in Greece. And I'm particularly glad that with the EU Just Transition Fund, the Greek RRF invests heavily in these regions, in the restoration, rehabilitation, and upgrading of lignite zones in both Western Macedonia and Megalopolis. And getting this right, I think, will be crucial. Would be crucial not only for Greece, but also for Europe as well. The second area is digital transformation, where Greece, despite its spectacular progress, still lags considerably behind other EU member states in several dimensions of the digital revolution. Investments, for example, in the digital upskilling of employees in the private and public sector, and more vulnerable groups such as the unemployed, the elderly, persons with disabilities. We need to do much better in these areas, and the amount of around 750 million euros go definitely in the right direction there. And the digital upskilling is also essential to improve this citizen government interaction, and which we saw for the first time in all its splendor during the vaccination program. And I think that the 1.3 billion that is will be spent to that end is also particularly well focused and targeted. This brings me to the third issue, which is the asymmetry, the extensive skills mismatch that we have in Greece, which is also highlighted by Professor Pissaridis in his growth strategy. He's an expert in these issues. We need to bridge this skills gap and mismatch. So I particularly welcome the very significant effort of 2.3 billion euros allocated to improving skills intelligence tools, upgrading the labor market relevance of education combined with the thorough reform of lifelong learning. And I also urge the authorities to seek synergies between the RRF and our ongoing work here in the Commission on the Pact for Skills that brings together employers and employees in matching skills demands and offers. Finally, even though the public investment under the plan is very much needed and extensively discussed, I think they would not be enough And to ensure that these public investments have a long-lasting impact, we also need broad reforms to the business environment, and we need to stimulate also private investment, which is the only long-term solution to Greece's large investment gap. And these reforms, such as the simplified tax system, regulatory environment, the faster judicial and administrative procedures, are all parts of well-known Greek pathologies identified in successive phases of the Greek adjustment effort, identified by the Pissaridis Committee. And I think that these are now should become broader national goals to be addressed effectively in the months and years to come. So this was my opening statement. I'm very much look forward to discussing this in more detail. Thank you, Nectaria.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Mr. Pissaridis?
Yeah, thank you very much. And thank you very much for the invitation, the chance to say a few things. And thank you, Mr. Skinas, for your very good and kind comments towards our commission. In fact, my comments are very much consistent with what Mr. Skinas was saying, perhaps not surprising, because I do see the RRF program is been very successful so far, and I'm very hopeful and optimistic that good things will happen. I mean, the view we took, and which I strongly believe, is that Greece has a lot of potential for higher standards of living and economic development. It's got many natural resources that are not being exploited to the full. It's got a very well-trained labor force, good entrepreneurial spirits, a socially liberal population. It's a small country, but it's a member of the biggest consumption market in the world, bigger than both China and the United States. And it's got its natural beauty and national heritage. When you put all those things together and you say, well, it's a small country in Europe that has all those things, then you would expect to see something really great. You know, I mean, this is the place I want to live in, that kind of response. Much better than Netherlands and Denmark and so on that have the terrible climate. You know, like their seas for sure are not nearly as blue as the Greek seas. And yet, despite all that, Greece has failed recently. You know, if you look at relative rankings within Europe, it's far too low, given what it has. And when we sort of think about it and ask why, I think the reasons are basically political and administrative. They're not economic. I mean, there is the economics training and the economic possibilities, but somehow it doesn't all gel together. And because of failures across the board, it needs reforms across the board as well. But then they become more difficult because you only need to upset one group in the population or find one bottleneck, and then it all collapses. What we call in economics sometimes the O-ring theory, that in one of the US satellites that collapsed, a failure when it's something very small and the whole project just collapsed. And when we're looking at the reasons for that, and also actually I should say something that Mr. Tsinas mentioned. There have been reforms since the MOUs that were imposed from the outside, largely. And again, although formally they passed into law, they haven't had the impact that one would expect them to have. And I think the reason is the ownership of reforms. That if you don't own the reforms, then you are not going to succeed, whichever way. You are going to look for ways to avoid implementing the reforms. Now, am I optimistic now? Well, I am, because I've also noticed from meetings with the Prime Minister and his team, and the way that various things are written by the government, the way the submitted plan was written, that there is determination to own the reforms by this government. Now, what do we mean by ownership of reforms? We mean a reform that that the government, those in charge, really believe that they are going to be good for the economy and good for them. They're not doing it because I don't believe in it, but someone has asked me to do it, and I have to do it because not doing it is worse than doing it, which we heard before, and which is the ultimate statement of non-ownership of reforms. Now, I do think the RRF gives a unique opportunity. It gives the resources to put into effect those reforms that are needed and the government has set out. And rather than be more sort of listing the main funding that was given, which Mr. Skinas has already done, let me ask this sort of step back and sort of ask the big question about the economy in general. And if we ask, if we try to identify one failure of the economy, where is it going to be? And I think the biggest failure is in the productivity of labor in the Greek economy. We work long hours, but we don't produce much. And to compete in international markets, by which I include the European Union primarily, you do need to be more productive, because good productivity reflects good quality of your products and services and low prices. If you are competing with another country that's offering something similar to what you have, and yet yours is either not good enough or more expensive, people are not going to buy it. Maybe you'll find some sentimental Greeks living abroad who will buy it, but beyond that, you're not going to succeed. And that explains why Greece is almost like a closed economy when compared with the many other small countries in Europe. There are about 10 to 11 countries in Europe, within the European Union, that are about the size of Greece. They're all far more open and they're more productive than Greece is. Now, okay, so if the objective of reform is to improve productivity, what do you address first? The first thing you address is the investment climate. Without investment, you don't get new technology, you're not able to export, and therefore you are not taking advantage of economies of scale, which are needed for a small economy, and therefore you remain unproductive. So if I'm going to say, there are so many reforms, don't just give us a list and leave us alone. Tell us what's the first thing we have to address for the benefit both workers and employers and everyone else in Greek society. Address the investment environment, and the things for the investment environment they've already been said to some extent. We have to accelerate the reduction of red tape for companies, tax reform to reduce the tax wedge between what companies receive and what the buyer pays. That's known as a tax wedge. Too much money of the ones we pay to buy goods and services is taken away one way or another. We need better protection of investment, of investors' rights, with property rights, as well as right to assets and ability to take advantage of any rates of return quickly. Faster reduction of non-performing loans and incentives for deposits that the money would be given to lend out, and the digitalization of the economy, electronic payment systems, communication with the state using digital means. And if we think, what about climate change, which is important? In fact, climate change is a good destination for investments, and it's being offered in Greece. And it's also a good job creation sector, because the work needed for the greening of buildings, for example, is very labor intensive. It cannot be done by robots. And therefore is a good investment to pursue. Now, once those things are done, then there is immediately possibilities open up for job creation. There will be rising incomes and therefore an increase in tax revenue that then the government can use to promote more infrastructure projects and and investments. There will be incentives for labor market reforms along the training and education programs. And I have to say, I'm very pleased to see that very important educational reforms have been applied at the school level, from what I understand. And we should expect to see good effects of those. I hope universities come next and they're given more independence, more freedom to pursue their research and teaching objectives. And when you have all that, you're also able to improve this social support that you give to disadvantaged groups, and therefore there is more willingness to pursue. Then the reforms, the ownership of the reforms is extended to the general public and not just to the government that is doing it. Now, obviously, I described the best possible scenario that might come out of this, but we should know what's the ultimate target and see how far we can get to that. So I will stop there, except for one final remark. I should say that that although I'm saying you should be sequencing the reform in the sense to start with investment and then move on to the other things, that there are complementarities between them. For example, if you manage to encourage more investment, there's more job creation, and you want to employ more people, then that increase in the hours of work will come primarily from an increase in the female supply of labor, because women are underemployed in Greece. Now, to increase the female supply of labor, you need to pursue social reforms with respect to childcare, education with respect to health, because women do those tasks much more than men in the home, what we call home production. And we do have detailed proposals how to, what kind of social policies can be implemented that will have an instant impact on the female labor supply, that will work alongside the new investment in the new technologies, because the educational level of women in Greece is very high, yet they stay home because there aren't enough opportunities for them to come out and find some other professional support at home. So I'll stop here and then.
Thank you very much, Mr. Prysaridis. You covered a very wide context of what we're discussing about. Now, Mr. Skinas, I can't help but ask you, it seems that we have to wait a bit more to see which one the next German government will be. But what is your first comment on the outcome of the German elections and what it means for Europe beyond the pandemic as a whole and Greece in particular?
Well, as you can imagine, this is the question that we are being asked these days. What I can say at this very early stage is the following. First, I have no doubt in my mind, and I think this is also the prevailing feeling here in Brussels, that Germany will remain a major driver of European integration. And Germany will continue to be at the heart of the European economic governance. It cannot be otherwise. And I think that the results, the electoral results, do not upset this, do not run counter-cyclically to this perception. That's one thing. What will be new is, of course, that in all likelihood, this will be a three-party governing coalition. And the three-party governing coalition, by definition, requires more time for internal discussions, consolidating position between the governing parties. I think Brussels and the rest of the member states should factor in a model that would not be so linear, so direct as it was under Chancellor Merkel. The new federal government will certainly need a bit more time. A test on this would be the time that would be required to form the government coalition. We all here hope that this would be sooner rather than later. not least because Germany, I think, as of 1st of January, would assume the G7 presidency. So by then, I think it would be the right time for the new German government to be up and running.
And the other big question, sorry, another follow-up question on that. The big question is what the new German government, the German Chancellor and the German Finance Minister view will be on the Stability and Growth Pact rules. So do you think that Europe can return to the previous rules? And what would this mean for Greece, returning to the previous rules?
Okay, on the first leg of your question, let's first wait and see who the next chancellor and who the next minister of finance would be. I don't think that we should speculate in putting this in a strictly German setting. But on a broader level of analysis, and I'm very wary of stepping on the toes of my very experienced colleagues and friends, Valdis Dombrovskis and Paolo Gentiloni, who are leading this work in the Commission. There is no doubt that our system of economic governance within the euro area would have to address certain questions that are of an unprecedented nature. We are facing a situation which is one in a century situation of a broader pandemic that produced this symmetric shock. And although we drew the lessons of the firefighting against the pandemic, now we should come into the era of architecture and institutional building. So how we can heed the lessons of the recovery in these post-pandemic times within our systems of governance. That's one thing that changes many of the old perceptions, if you like. Another equally important thing is that this climate change and the EU Green Deal is not something that concerns environment specialists or policymakers. This is something that shakes the fundamentals of our economy and poses issues that need to be addressed by the economy as well. The macroeconomic impact of this transition needs to be factored in. So that's another element. And the ongoing surge in energy prices and the issues that arise, we will be having a first paper out next Tuesday from the college. I think if you put together these new elements, the answer is that we definitely need a new beginning in our economic governance, something that goes beyond the confines of the Stability and Growth Pact as we knew it up to now.
Thank you very much. Mr. Pisaridis, what is your view on that? Can Europe return to the previous Stability and Growth Pact, and what would it mean for Greece?
Well, it can. I mean, I don't know. It obviously could. I think that it shouldn't, because, I mean, times have moved on. As we just heard, the pandemic has changed things fundamentally. But some restriction, though, with some penalties for breaking it on budget deficits and debts must be in place, because it's not only Germany that had objections to bailing out countries or subsidizing the debts of one country through money transfers to the Commission and then back. And if we are going to avoid sort of conflicts within between the members, which must be avoided because there are so many other important things that they need collaboration, we do need to have very clear rules in place, and rules that cannot be broken easily and should not be broken easily. Now, what those rules should be, I mean, I always thought the 60% and 3% of the old pact were rather arbitrary. In fact, I heard stories on how they were right, that it was through exhaustion, through long meetings, and then then I think the German finance minister is saying, well, what is the average now? Okay, that's the absolute, and which obviously doesn't work that way. And the exceptions like COVID obviously brought exceptions. You might say, well, no one could anticipate COVID, but in fact, we should be anticipating more natural, quote unquote, kind of disasters now, partly because we know about climate, and a lot of climate research now is not only how to stop the carbonization of the economy or things like that, but it's also adaptation. There will be natural disasters, and we need to adapt to them. And those, the way we adapt and the way we deal with those should be incorporated into a new stability and growth pact. For example, we could have a generous fund like the stability we have now. What is it called? It's escaping me. Is it RES? The structural fund. What is the name of the fund we have now? The big fund that is anyway. Mr. Heckler is heading and maybe we should have a fund like that for a crisis like COVID and other natural. You might get big earthquakes or whatever, to do it. And so instead of countries having excess debts or deficits when these things hit them, or the refugee problem and that kind of thing, then that should be done from central funds that exist in the European Union through regular contributions, rather than convening meetings that say, such and such a country needs help because it's been hit by lightning and it cannot do it on its own, and will have to run big budget deficits and all that.
Thank you very much. And one last question, I would like a very brief answer from both of you, because we're running out of time. What do you think is the biggest challenge Greece has to face looking beyond the pandemic in order to make the economic growth sustainable this time? You mentioned climate change, you mentioned, Mr. Episaridis, you mentioned the fact that there have been so many reforms during the bailouts and things remain the same. Mr. Schinas, you mentioned climate change. So what do you think is the biggest challenge? And if you think this time around it will be different? Mr. Schinas?
Well, I don't want to repeat myself, but I think grouping a bit what I mentioned in my opening remarks, I think there are two families of issues that will matter a lot on the future. The first is, of course, that the plan needs to be implemented on time and in full. And this is not necessarily connected to the lack of political ownership, which is very high, as I was saying, but this is connected because in Greece, there was historically an issue with public procurement and investment processes that are not the fastest. So one broader challenge for implementation on time and in full would be to overcome those. Other member states have them as well. Germany has also issues of that kind too. But in the Greek case, I think this is one structural element that needs to be addressed, probably a key parameter of the whole process. And the second one is the regulatory environment, the tax system, the judicial system, where there is sufficient scope for improvement. Those are areas clearly identified in the plan. And if we couple them with the digital revival that is happening already in Greece, I think that could be the second determinant. Look, a digital state, to ψηφιακό kratos, as we say, is not something that connects only to the geeks or to the industry or to the experts. The digital state is a fair state that functions for all, is a state that would address issues of corruption, of patronage, of everything that we do not like in Greece. So I think, simplifying again, that these two elements are in my mind the most critical ones for the future.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Mr. Tsaridis?
Yeah, I agree entirely about the economic challenges in the plan and related things. But I think ultimately, though, the biggest challenge that Greece will face in the next few years are social and political, because, well, partly, I mean, if I want to be completely objective and scientific, because there are so many vested interests that would be affected with these reforms, and they will resist it. You go and try and reform schools, and then suddenly some teachers union will come along and say, no, that would mean retraining. I've learned what I learned, my skills. This is what I want to teach. As an example, I'm not sure. I know they say it in Cyprus. I don't know if they also say it in Greece. And you can find that kind of vested interest, the way of thinking that has to change along the way. But more than that, though, is I mean, how can I put this? It's the volatility of the Greek population generally. That is something they don't like. Government is there only for 4 years or something. Oh, I vote against them this time, and then you vote someone else in that doesn't show the same political commitment or ownership, and it all goes astray. It's a kind of combination of cultural, social, political way of thinking that has to change. And unfortunately, it's been going on for too long in Greece. It's been essentially, since the 1960s or 70s, and if not that, for sure since the 1980s, this mentality that this is what the state does. And as I was saying, I mean, obviously, I know sort of Cypriot social ways and political ways of thinking better than Greece, and I see it in Cyprus as well, that so many Cypriots or so many from outside Cyprus say, Cyprus had the British mentality and British civil service, and they're different, they're better to do it. In fact, that's complete nonsense. The Brits left in 1960, and they left us a system. Those who believe we have the British system is those who believe that the system that the Brits had in 1960 is the best for Cyprus today, which is ridiculous. And any reforms that have taken place is exactly reinforcing the vested interest in what we have, to κατεστημένο, το κεκτημένο. And once you reinforce that, you resist reform. So that's where ownership becomes very important, because these groups need to be persuaded that if you do that reform, they'll be better off after the event. There might be a short period of adjustment, and that's where government needs to come in and help them financially, if not morally and philosophically, if you like, to be persuasive. But that's where I see the biggest obstacles in the longer term. They're not economic, social.
Yeah, makes sense.
Cultural.
Thank you very much. Thank you both for this very interesting discussion, and I'm sure we will have the opportunity to discuss the progress of Greece 2.0 very soon again. Good afternoon. We have passed our time, so thank you very much. Good afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Okay, good afternoon to you all. My name is George Findikakis. I'm editor-in-chief at Liberal GR, and I'm very pleased to welcome you all to the next session, maybe the most pressing issue of our time, the green transition. As we enter this new era, the questions that remain to be answered are many, such as, for instance, which are the risks for the green agenda? As gas prices keep soaring, will we see countries fire up coal power stations? And will the CO2 prices and gas prices as well, will they increase, spark yellow vest protests across the globe? I mean, there are just some of the greatest challenges for the EU's climate policy. And I have the pleasure to discuss these topics with our excellent guests. I have the pleasure to introduce our participants, beginning with the Minister of Environment and Energy, Konstantinos Skrekas, Johannes Löpking, Principal Advisor of the RRF, the Recovery and Resilience Task Force at the European Commission, Damian Bouselager, MEP for Volt, which is aligned with the Greens, Panagiotis Ladakakos, President of the Hellenic Wind Energy Association, Mrs. Theodora Nantsou, Head of Policy at WWF Greece, and Samir Shulka, who is the Practice Manager for Energy Global Practice at the World Bank. I would be grateful if each speech and intervention ideally could span circa 7-8 minutes, so we can have some time for a brief discussion. Minister, the floor is yours, and I have a question. To what extent can really Greece benefit economically and not only from the transition? And the second one, as there is a limit, is there a limit as to how high energy prices can go? Could the situation get much worse? What's your take, please?
First of all, let me thank the organizers for inviting me. Regarding the second question, I think I would find it quite difficult to answer that if I was so wise to know the developments of the energy price in the future. Probably I will do another job. But anyway, it is not wishful thinking. It is a fact that the green transition really drives the fast reversal of our economy. Mm-hmm. So answering to your first question, I would say that the momentum in green investments is outstanding. By the end of the year, we are directing more than €500 million, around 550 million euro from the RRF on crucial green actions, and this amount triples next year, exceeding 1.5 billion euro. The market indicators are revealing over the last year, more than 55 gigawatts of renewable projects have been licensed. Energy efficiency and e-mobility are evolving beyond our expectations. These trends signal both the market trust in our policies, but also the elimination of bureaucracy through our legislation. Let me say that as Ministry of Energy and Environment, we are going to allocate more than 5 billion from the RRF to 21 actions. The span across the entire spectrum of energy and environment over the next 5 years. We had the grants coordinated by other ministries for our common actions, and this amount escalates to 6.2 billion. This will stimulate investments of more than 11 billion euro over the next 5 years, mobilizing both private but also public funds. Overall, the investments we intend to mobilize by 2030 exceed 44 billion euro. We have certainly designed a recovery and resilient plan that stimulates an ambitious but also a realistic green transition. Our intent is to include all citizens, all regions and stakeholders. We have defined 4 pillars. First, we direct 24 of the budget, around 1-2 billion euro, to the upgrading of the energy system. Mm-hmm. Second, we allocate 50% of the budget, which amounts for approximately 2.5 billion euro to renovations and urban regenerations. Currently, we are implementing a huge innovation wave that has to do also with the development of targeted programs for households, for enterprises, but also for public buildings, along with energy poverty mitigation. We also introduced reforms in urban and spatial planning. Moreover, we allocate 600 million euro to e-mobility. This includes the deployment of 8,000 charging points, the support also of 20 industrial units related to e-mobility. And fourth, we direct 750 million euro to environmental protection and sustainable use of resources. Of course, I'm referring to the National Reforestation Plan, which accounts for more than 30 million trees, and also several actions for biodiversity, plus infrastructure projects for the efficient management of water and waste. Of course, to achieve, you know that our commitment is to stimulate these huge investments at a very cost-efficient manner, in order to reduce the final cost for our consumers. And to achieve this, we focus on 6 pillars. First, the efficient energy markets. So we have fully harmonized, being harmonized with the EU rules and well connected with neighboring countries. Second, the resilient infrastructure. So to the challenges of renewables fluctuations and to climate risks and cyber security. Third, the fast and simple licensing. Fourth, the investor visibility. So this means clear frameworks across all fields. So for all crucial topics, we have developed explicit schemes for roadmaps, renewable auctions, electricity storage, hybrid stations in the islands, green PPAs, offshore wind, and of course our capacity mechanism as well as hydrogen. Fifth, we promote international collaborations which ensure, of course, diversification and synergies and security of supply. And sixth, innovation, which is reflected in our initiatives for smart cities, green islands, hydrogen clusters, and among other things that we are pushing. So in order to include all our citizens in the energy transition, we have developed dedicated policies ranging from cities to remote areas, from islands to coal regions. And overall, currently, we're transforming Greece to a hub for green energy and innovation. So this, we believe, that will boost green jobs, well-paid jobs, and will upgrade also the quality of our lives and ensure a resilient future.
I see. Mr. Lepkin, do you believe that Greece could create, as Minister Skrekas just mentioned, do you think that Greece could create a paradigm shift in its energy system and becoming a European success story?
Oh, thank you very much for the question, and thanks very much for organizing this event and for the invitation. It's really a pleasure to be here and to really see this panel discussing this topic from different angles. Let me just start a bit more general, really putting all of that into a European perspective. And I think the EU has been the front runner with the Green Deal, and also with the commitment to reduce CO2 emissions by 55% by 2030, and therefore to be carbon-free, zero pollution ambition at the time of 2050. And that, of course, requires very different policy initiatives, quite a toolbox. And we have used a number of different tools, and really we have had the climate law in June, where we have really enshrined the ambition. And we have also then one of the main tools, and at the center of all of that is the RRF, which shows that the recovery is not only about economic recovery, but it's really about implementing the ambitions which we have, therefore especially also supporting the green transition in order to achieve the climate protection goals. And then second, we have also, as the Commission, in July, on the 14th of July, the adoption of the Fit for 55 package, therefore the delivery on the Green Deal, putting all of that into a policy response. And why am I saying that the RRF is really uniquely suitable really to support the Green Deal? And this is because of the features of the RRF. And the features of the RRF, you may recall that at least 37% of the allocated funds have to go to climate protection. Looking at Greece, this is from the overall 30.5 billion grants and loans, 37.5 percent go to the climate target. And this is overall around 11.5 billion, therefore really a very significant amount of money. Mm-hmm. Looking at the EU overall, it's 40% more than 210 billion. Really looking at overall the structure of the RRF, that means that the country-specific recommendations have to be addressed, especially also for decarbonization. We have the do no significant harm principle for all the measures, and then very importantly, the combination of reforms and investments. Therefore, it's not only that investments are financed, but really at the same time, they have to be mutually reinforced by reforms. And then coming back to your question, that I think is what we are seeing also with regard to the Greek energy system. And looking back at 2019, the Greek government has made this ambitious strategy in order to phase out the lignite-fired power plants, most of them, at least the existing ones, at 2023. And I think what we are seeing in the RRF is really in the Greek plan is really a package in order to make the electricity system fit for the future. And that includes the fund for, setting up the new fund for renewable energy and installations. Second, the support of the installation of storage system in order to really make the energy system fit for intermittent renewables. This is a support from the RRF of 450 million to achieve 1,380 megawatts. The revitalization of the land for the most damaged territories in Western Macedonia with regard to the lignite mining. This is roughly 250 million, which goes into that. And then, of course, networks, because without a proper network grid, it will not be feasible to cater for the renewables. And this is the electricity interconnections with the Cycladic islands, but also investments into smart grids. All together, this is more than 300 million euros. I have said that it's not only about investment, what is in the RRF, but it's also about reforms. And there we are seeing the simplification of licensing for renewables. We have this new framework for offshore wind really set out in the RRF. And to come back to conclude on your question, looking at this really speedy phase out of lignite-fired power plants, I think, and making the energy system fit for the future, there Greece, if all of this is implemented, will be a success story and can be a role model for member states which have significantly relied in the past on either coal or lignite-fired power plant. Looking back at 2019, still 25% of Greece's electricity production came from lignite-fired power plants.
I see. However, there is a concern. Greece, the country, does not have a very good history in the rapid absorption of EU funds. So the question is, will the country be able to make effective use of RRF funds?
I think there I can go back to our experience in the discussion of the plan, and the cooperation with the Greek government, with the Greek authorities during the preparation of the plan was really excellent. And we have very open and frankly discussed also, let's say, the implementation issues. And for that, the strengthening of the administrative capacity, the strengthening of the coordination body for the implementation of the RRF, which is really important. And now, of course, let me just say that all of that is, of course, a plan. Minister, you have said that really the pre-financing has already arrived in Greece. The first disbursement request will come soon. But of course, the plan has to be implemented over the next few years. And the implementation requirements are stringent. Therefore, the milestones and targets are linked to a specific timing. And therefore, that will require a lot of attention from the Greek authorities, but it will also require close cooperation together with the Commission in order really to make this happen, in order to make it a success story.
Okay. Mr. Bouselager, could the surge in energy prices not only threaten household incomes and economic recovery, but as well the green transition? Which is your take?
Let me also start a bit broader and then come back to your question. First of all, thanks a lot for the organization and the invitation. I would also like to start by congratulating the minister for his very good plan, or for the Greek very good plan that was handed in. Maybe just as a second of background, I, from the Budget Committee, negotiated the RRF regulation for the Greens in the European Parliament. So obviously our first goal was to ensure that we don't only build back what has been lost with the crisis, but that we build back better. And I think also as a bracket, I'm very happy that Europe has learned that if you have, for example, a currency union, you also need some fiscal instruments to help each other. And I'm very happy that the RRF in itself does exist and that it is focused on building back better. And for us, that meant that there's no greenwashing. The Commission has also mentioned it, like that we have the do no significant harm principle. That was something that we very much fought for. So not only that you have 37% basically really focused on fighting climate change, but also that 100% of the package do not harm our climate goals. And so I think there was a huge achievement to have that in there, let's say, in the setup of the regulation. And now I think when we look at the Greek plan, the big question is how can we make sure that in the implementation of these goals that we have set out, we can also achieve that there's no greenwashing or that there's no issues that will come from that. So I think that means in detail that we need to look at the milestones and targets to really understand, how they're reached. And I'm very happy that the instrument is set up in a way that on a half-yearly basis, this can be done. But it also means to really look into detail at the procurement calls and to look at, that the projects take place and then to look at what the actual environmental impact is happening, so I think if we think about 37% spent on green and ecological issues, we have to then ex post also evaluate whether this money was actually spent on these projects. And to just give you one very concrete example, I mean, in the Greek plan, you have these 1.3 billion euros for energy renovation of residential buildings. And we negotiated into the requirements that, this means that the energy consumption of the residents is reduced by at least 30% of basically the residents' initial performance. And I think these are the details that we then also need to check, because if we just renovate, it's not the same as if we renovate energy efficiently. And I think it's very important that we get there. So I think, will the rising energy prices somehow threaten the implementation of the RRF? I think that won't be the case, because the RRF is actually trying to build energy resilience also across the union. And I do have the feeling that it's really now about ensuring that the implementation works well, that the money actually flows to the house owners to renovate and into all the other projects, so that we can then have the double effect that we want to have, which is saving our climate and actually ensuring that there's an economic, most stable kind of path for Europe as a whole. And I'm very happy that the RRF, I think, is going in this direction. Just one last comment. The Commission is tomorrow going to issue the first green bonds. And I think it's really interesting to see how this will go, because green bonds also mean that we promise to potential bond owners or holders that we will have a green transition. And so this will require more documentation also on what kind of green projects we are doing across Europe. And this will need also cooperation from the Commission and the member states to show that we are trustworthy green investors, if you like, and I'm very happy that this is going ahead.
Okay, is Germany's energy transition a case of a successful green industrial policy? I mean, what is your take? Should the country speed up?
You put your finger on an issue that has been bothering me quite a lot. Yeah? To just be quite frank, obviously in Germany, as in the Netherlands, there's often this discussion about, our taxpayers' money used for whatever. And that's why we asked for also in this regulation for reform and for green investments, very specifically from all member states. But now, if you look at the German recovery plan, I have to say that on both, I'm quite disappointed. So we have, for example, the country-specific recommendation to do a pension scheme reform, and nothing of that has happened. That's also due to the fact that we just had elections, but there was room for actually tackling one of the biggest issues also in the sustainability of the German welfare state, and this was not done. And if you look at the investment side, the methodology was extended to include hybrid cars, and everybody who knows something about hybrid cars knows that they're mostly the biggest engines that you can get. They drive for some kilometers with like with electricity, and afterwards they have triple the output of CO2. So that's really not what I would say is the best plan ever. So even though it's a daring statement, I would say the Greek plan is more ambitious than the German plan when it comes to green spending and reforms.
I see. Mr. Skula, at World Bank, which are the challenges and opportunities of coal phase out in Western Macedonia? I mean, what can Greece learn from the best practices in green transition across the world regarding Western Macedonia or Megalopoli?
George, thank you. No, that is a big challenge, and I must sort of reiterate the comments from some of the others in Greece's plans to phase out coal-fired generation and coal mining. The World Bank had the unique opportunity and the honor to work with Greece on a roadmap and a framework for the transition away from coal in a just manner. And by just, I mean in a manner that is supportive of the let's say, the mono-industrial towns, the coal miners themselves, and the ancillary services that get attached to coal mining over time, plus the population at large. So it's a very comprehensive approach, and I'm very happy to note that Greece has taken those recommendations and suggestions quite seriously and are beginning to put some of those into effect. We certainly, when I talk to other clients, we work with Poland, Ukraine, the Western Balkans, many countries which are facing the same kind of decline in coal mining and so on. And this will get further accelerated once the EU's border carbon pricing mechanism comes into place. Mm-hmm. We are all aware that these assets will become stranded, already are becoming stranded. So I'm quite happy to see Minister Skrekas and the Greek government sort of ambition in, and this is certainly an example that we quote everywhere we go. And certainly there is a lot of interest in this experiment. We are also working with the other large coal dominant countries such as China, South Africa, as well, where it is a holistic approach that is being taken. And I must say that the EU's coal regions in transition platform that we have had the honor to partner with is a strong example that we are sort of reflecting everywhere. The challenges are quite clear. In any major transition, there are winners and losers. The people who are losing are likely to lose are broadly of two kinds. You have the strong incumbents who have a lot to gain from the status quo, and then you have people who are the socially vulnerable, the poor, that get impacted. And I was very happy to hear His Excellency talk about the social protection mechanisms that are being adopted. That is one of the biggest challenges we have in this kind of transformation. We've seen coal transition, the US, Romania, Ukraine, Russia, they've all gone through it over time, but they've had the luxury of time. It took, even the UK, for instance, had 3 or 4 decades over which this happened. We don't have that luxury. So the transition has to be crunched into a very short time. And by default, that will mean that there will be very heavy transaction costs that will have to be borne. So that is the biggest challenge. And I think that is also the biggest opportunity in a way, as I think Damian was mentioning, the sort of the pandemic and its impact. This is an opportunity. If we can sort of rethink the way we essentially do business, in the bank, as you saw in the climate change action plan, it wants to mainstream climate into everything we do. It doesn't want to look at climate as one co-benefit or an additional let's say, effort, but everything that we do needs to look at life, at activity from a climate angle. And that, I think, is a big opportunity. There are jobs to be got. There's certainly biodiversity impacts, a lot of impacts that we can get that will be very, very positive. So that's sort of where I want to leave this, George. I hope I answered your question. Happy to go further into it.
Another question is how firms can make or break the green transition, and of course the job topic.
Right. When you talk about firms, I wanted to sort of tie it in specifically to one particular aspect of the energy transition, and that's let's say e-mobility. As you saw from the recent Energy Transitions Commission report, they say that the 1.5 degrees Celsius target is doable, but it needs very strong, urgent action today. Mm-hmm. And one of the 6 or 7 topics it highlights is e-mobility. And there, it cannot be done by the public, by the government on its own. The fiscal space is just completely limited. So it has to bring in firms, it has to bring in. And if you look at the examples from, say, Korea or China or California, the charging infrastructure, for instance, or the research and development into battery technology, into vehicles, mm-hmm. This was all essentially a partnership between the public sector, let us say, and the private sector and the firms. So that innovation has to be unleashed. It's waiting. It's already there. It needs, clear policy direction, clear commitment, and certainly a partnership in terms of incentives and certainly also mandates, as California has shown. And that, I think that will, and once you do that, then the private sector will step in. The firms will step in. You will see a lot more growth in all of these investments. Just to give you one example, so in Korea, for instance, just if you look at the charging infrastructure, my recollection is that 60% of it comes from the private sector after the initial investments by the government.
Mm-hmm. Let's come to Mr. Ladakakos, the president of the Hellenic Wind Energy Association. Mr. Ladakakos, according to you, what new types of renewables of RES investments can be game changers for the future, and what should we do according to the Hellenic Wind Energy Association?
George, first of all, allow me to thank the European Commission and the IOBE for giving us the possibility to be in this forum, and congratulations. I would like to start, since we are speaking about ambitious green transition, by referring to 2 important milestones which signify the change to the new green era in our country. On 6th of September, a few weeks ago, the electricity production from wind farms in the country was 61.4 gigawatt hours. This does not say many things maybe to a common citizen, but in terms of percentage, it says that 48%, almost half of the daily electricity demand in the country, was produced by wind farms in the country. If you sum up also the other renewables, the figure that day reached 60%. This was a record figure, and this is a picture of the medium-term period that we would like to experience going to a green transition. The second important date that I would like to highlight is the 24th May of this year. We had the latest auction by RAE. The minister made a reference on these auction prices. The prices in PV that were successfully awarded PPAs in the auction were between 33 to 40 euros per megawatt hour. And wind projects could not enter by bidding prices a little bit higher than 40 euros per megawatt hour. Wind energy projects are successful by bidding prices of around 50, a little bit more than 50 euros per megawatt hour. This shows that renewables is by far the cheapest electricity option at this period, and we are going towards the correct direction. And I remind not to us the Greeks, but to our foreign colleagues, that currently the prices in the country, in the wholesale market, are around 140 euros per megawatt hour. So we are going in the right direction, but in order to go to your question, what do we have to do in order to achieve indeed an ambitious green transition? Because this is the target. Mm-hmm. There are many, many things to be done. The Minister Skrekas referred several of them. I also have to highlight them and to give a state of urgency in some of them that we believe are necessary in order to become possible game changers. Mm-hmm. So, first of all, absolute necessity for grids. We lack grids, Minister. We lack middle voltage grids, high voltage grids. We need smart grids. We need grid interconnectors with the other countries. We need grids in the sea with grid hubs. We need a lot of grids. It is not possible to achieve the renewable targets if we do not have a lot of grids. Of course, the system operators and the grid operators are doing a lot of job, but this is not sufficient. It is very encouraging, the latest news about the, let's call privatization or partial sale of the grid operator, because we hope that this will enhance, will bring new fresh money and will bring new investments to the country in grids. We need also some new legislations. George, you referred about game changers and new technologies.
Right.
We believe that offshore wind can be a game changer and a new technology in the country. Wind energy in our seas has a huge potential. It's not the forum now to discuss, but I suppose that all of us, even our foreign friends, have experienced the winds of the Aegean Sea. Those remain at the moment non-exploited or only partially exploited. Offshore wind is something that the ministry, as far as we have been informed, is working, and we expect to have a new announcement within the next month. I hope that, Minister, the latest announcement that in October we will have some fresh news will be proven to be correct. We are looking forward to it. We need also new legislation about storage. It's not realistic to achieve the expected high renewable penetrations if we do not have storage and in general flexibility in our system. We also need, and we expect to see, the revision of some already existing legislations which need some good update. I'm referring to the spatial framework for the renewables, which is very important in order to tackle as well the local opposition for several renewable projects in the country. We are expecting to see the revision of the National Energy and Climate Plan. We also wait to see the revision of the simplification of the licensing framework for renewables, because we all know that Greece is a country with fantastic resources, but all projects are delaying a lot, and sometimes the patience of the investors is exhausted in order to reach maturity and construction of the project. I don't want to extend in many more other issues. Those are the key drivers that will bring us to a really ambitious green energy transition.
So there are many things to be done. Mrs. Nanciou, as a head of policy at WWF Greece, what is your take? And moreover, let me ask, the issue of climate change has become too big for us. I mean, we saw the lack of action for fire prevention in Greece and other countries this summer. What can we learn?
Thank you for the invitation. I consider myself a rather boring speaker, so I will invoke the aid of a few slides. I don't know if I have shared my screen. Okay.
Yeah, sure.
So the climate crisis and the biodiversity crisis, they are two crises that are defined by science. So the bar has been set high by science itself, which means that we need, at least in tackling the global climate crisis, we need to reach climate neutrality as soon as possible and long before 2050. So I don't know if you can see my slides. Can you see them?
Yes, you can see them.
Okay. So we need to reach climate neutrality, and we are very, very late in this process. And we would not like, reaching climate neutrality to lead to energy poverty or other big issues like stalling just energy transition and climate justice and all this. So we need to speed up, and this is an existential crisis. This is an existential challenge, not just for Greece, of course, not just for the European Union, but for the whole world. So in talking about the Greek National Recovery and Resilience Plan, we see a number of positive aspects, but we also see many missed opportunities. like a number of gray investments or little, and this is absolutely crucial, little additionality when compared to the National Energy and Climate Plan. So as WWF, we set up a plan long before the national plan was announced, was made public, and we saw this massive package of funding as a unique opportunity that can lead not just Greece, can help Greece overcome a number of delays in greening the economy, but also overcoming a number of crucial problems that will hamper the green transition if we do not address them ASAP. So there are a number of big problems that go beyond, that may be accentuated during the course of the implementation of the National Recovery Plan. Because Greece has a number of problems in environmental governance, spatial planning, lack of proper spatial planning. There is a lot and extensive environmental illegality with illegal buildings and unplanned industrial sites. They have a huge climate footprint, and if we are to be talking about a transition to climate neutrality, we need to tackle a number of these problems. They also pose a number of risks for climate disasters. Okay, so these are problems that have been tackled very well by the Pissaridis Commission. The report that was published by the Pissaridis Commission, and Mr. Pissaridis talked about a number of these before during his speech. So Greece is facing the risks of delayed climate transition. Lignite phase out is a huge step forward, but in terms of developing, for example, renewables in Greece, Greece is very, very late, especially compared to other countries, European countries. So Scotland may not be European Union anymore, but Scotland has been developing, for example, wind power for decades, and has done this in a proper way in terms of biodiversity conservation and people engagement, public engagement. In Greece, we need to overcome these problems during the next 4 years. This is a race against time. There are a number of missed opportunities. As the European semester, the semester report for Greece also flags the problem of low quality of non-codified environmental law, which accentuates legal uncertainty for green investments. Not just green investments, but these are the focus of this group. There is poor implementation of Natura 2000 legislation, EU law. So the fact that there is absolutely no knowledge of where the boundaries and what the zoning for these protected areas are is not just a matter of violating EU law. It is a matter of legal uncertainty for renewable investments, for any type of good green investments in these areas. So the big challenge is how this plan will be governed. It was drafted with absolutely minimal public engagement and transparency. We need monitoring of the climate spending. We need to know what truly covers the 37% of climate spending that is in the RRF regulation. We need some serious and transparent screening of the do no harm, do no significant harm principle. And it's not just the EIA provisions that are already in place. We need public engagement, and we don't see this. This is a huge missed opportunity, because we know that in major crises, it is science that sets the bar, science that shows the way forward, but it is democratic societies that build a better way out of this crisis. and public accountability. One final slide. A big challenge is the loans component. We don't know a lot about how the 37% climate spending will be achieved and monitored and screened in this aspect. So we tried to participate in the public consultation that was opened by the Ministry of Finance last week, but that was a very short consultation period. It was less than a week. Okay, the minister said it was a week. I think it was Minister Skylakakis that said it yesterday. It was less than a week. This is not a lot of time for a very technical document. We saw a number of problems in this technical document, and there is a very unclear scope of implementation of the EIA in this document. So there are a number of issues that need to be taken really seriously if we are talking about the RRF being the Greek plan seriously leading Greece to the green transition. This is a vital opportunity for Greece. So, yes, thank you.
Okay. So, I believe we have 10 minutes sort of for a brief discussion. We need to speed up. Minister Skrekas, 2 questions for you. First, Mrs. Nansu just mentioned the monitoring of the RRF is the main issue, the main topic, and we need public engagement. We don't see that. This is the first question. And second one, EU energy ministers plan to discuss the pricing, the alarming increase in prices on October 6. Will the session take into consideration your proposal, the proposal made by you for a temporary hedging mechanism that could be linked to the ETS, to the EU's emissions trading system?
Well, let me say first that indeed on the 6th of October, during the Ministers of Environment Council, European Council, we're going to discuss, we have already posed this issue. I mean, the issue that has to do with the booming, the skyrocketing prices in electricity, in gas, of course, natural gas, and also in oil. So we have to do something now. We have to take immediate measures in order to support the most vulnerable households, because we have to show to our citizens that we care about them, that we see the problem and we don't leave them alone to confront, to deal with this issue. We are living some extremely special circumstances. This rally on energy prices, on natural gas prices, cause huge problems to the households, mainly to the most vulnerable. But also, I think that we have to avoid the increase in the demagogy and the populism, because there are now voices coming from those, let's say, sectors, coming from demagogy, coming from populism, that say that energy transition and European strategy towards carbon neutrality is responsible for the increase in the prices of the electricity, and this is totally wrong. It is a mistake. It's exactly the other direction. I mean, the European energy strategy finally it leads to energy prices which are going to be affordable, are going to be lower versus the current levels, and of course are going to be. We're talking about green energy, so it mitigates the main cause of climate change, which is CO2 emissions. So it is let's say a win-win strategy. So we have to avoid any disputes and any doubt to arise in Europe, and not only Europe, but mainly in Europe, that we can do something. That is why we have. That is why we introduce this, and we say to Europe that we have to do something now at the central European level to show to our European citizens that we care, that European green energy transition is not responsible for this. And finally, in 2030, for example, when 70% of the energy, of the electricity consumption in Greece comes from renewables, of course, the energy prices are going to be lower, and in 2050, even lower. So this is something that we have to show, and we have to show it all together, and with taking actions to mitigate this short-term turbulences in the energy prices.
However, Minister, excuse me. However, the CO2 and gas price increasing. What do you think? Will it spark yellow vest protests across the globe? Is this is this a risk? What is your view on that?
You know that there is this phrase in Greece that says that make me a profit and I will make you rich. So let me say that what we can do as governments is to take measures in order to protect the most vulnerable, those that they cannot afford to pay currently those huge increases in the energy prices. So this is something that we can do. That's why, and in this, I think that in this effort, let's say, Greece, I think, that took some very correct measures by utilizing revenues coming from the ETS system, which are currently more than we had allocated to other sources, to other sectors that they use already this revenue. So because we had excess, we had some spare money, let's say, coming from that mechanism. I think that it was a correct move to take those money and use them just to support those who need them more. And this is the main, also the main essence of the proposal at the European Council, to the European Council, to the European, meeting next week, saying that please, let's utilize some future allowances, let's say 5% of the allowances of next year and the year after, use them now that we need them, and then, of course, we can, in this way, absorb and, of course, establish a permanent mechanism, an absorption mechanism, a hedging mechanism, in order to support those who need it during these circumstances, these extremely rare but also possible conditions.
Okay, right. So, RRF and energy crisis is one thing. A serial issue is, and I want your take, Mr. Latakakos, Mr. Lebnik, Mr. Bousselage, Mr. Soukla, Mrs. Nanciou. How can social acceptance of renewables be improved? I mean, many quote the lack of awareness as a main reason for social resistance and towards new renewable investments. What can we do?
Do you want me to start? Because I think I'm one of the sources of the main local reactions representing the wind industry. First of all, 1 second for a comment to what the minister said. I'm not a prophet as well, but we have had the analysis of Professor Kapros the last days. It is very interesting. He made some analysis for the future and the cost of electricity. And I kept some notes. My notes say that in 2040, if we follow the Fit for 55 scenario, the prices ranging between low gas and DTS to high gas and DTS prices will be between 45 to 52 euros per megawatt hour. If we follow the National Energy and Climate Plan, which is less ambitious, we will have prices ranging between 90 and 110, more than double. And I cannot even imagine what will happen if we don't go green at all and we follow the paths of today. Now, regarding local reactions, it's a big issue. We know it, we face it. Fake news are spreading all around regarding wind energy, but the last period also big solar plants. We recognize that as industry, we have to do more actions in order to inform the public. We are trying to do some campaigns in order to make the people more acquainted. You know that like the vaccines, that there are some people open-minded who need to be convinced. There are some people who don't want to be convinced. They are totally denials of climate change, denials of renewables, etc. We will never convince those people. I think it is also the role of the ministry and of the state to launch some campaigns, because this is a national issue. It will become the most important issue of our generation, I think. So it's a responsibility of the state as well to support these activities. Of course, the political leadership of the Ministry of Energy and the previous ministers of energy were very positive, and they are supporting to pass the message. But I think we have to act more structured, and we have to pass the message not only in the big cities, but also in the local areas where projects are being constructed. People are heavily misinformed.
I see. Mrs. Nanchu. I mean, what is your take? I mean, it is a big issue.
I think this is the biggest issue in the energy transition to climate neutrality. It's not just that we've been very late as Greece in developing renewables, but social acceptance and social engagement, it's not just a matter of informing people. So I would see 3 priorities. One has to do with proper siting and proper environment. Renewables are technologies serving an existentially important environmental cause, okay, which is dealing with climate change. So they need to be examples, models of environmental excellence. We cannot accept any major destruction of biodiversity or sensitive ecosystems because we need to build wind. They need to be a lot better than any other development project. And there is a huge responsibility on the part of the industry itself, the wind industry itself, because LTN or the companies, they need to recognize that they have a paramount, how can I say, responsibility in checking on these, not checking in the manner of, you know, inspecting, but informing their own developers, their own members about the need to serve as models of environmental applications. Then we come to spatial planning, properly protected sites and clear rules. Social engagement, this is also another major issue in Greece.
Okay.
Energy communities and, you know, participation, social engagement and social participation in developing energy, renewable energy projects. And we need to speed up.
Yes, indeed. We have run out of time and we need to speed up. Last comment, Mr. Bousselage, do you face local reactions in Germany as well?
No, absolutely. I think, I mean, obviously there are environmental and aesthetic tests that you should be doing, especially also in a country which is heavily relying on tourism. And I think that makes a lot of sense, and we should be very careful in how we go about this. And there's definitely a responsibility both in the private and the public sector when doing that. But I have to say that I go a bit back to what the minister also said in terms of social acceptance. I think the bigger question is, you know, what happens to the energy prices, and can we somehow make it clear both for the private sector and for our citizens that this is a huge investment and an investment opportunity that will actually improve the structure and the reliability of our energy networks, and will make it cheaper to get electricity at some point. And for me, this is a huge and big task that we therefore need to do together in Europe, because these problems we all face. And it's only possible if we somehow set up projects like the Just Transition Fund and projects like the RRF. And for that's why it's so important that we really make this RRF a success, you know, because we need further programs like the RRF. We need to now make sure that the spending actually goes where it needs to go, that there's absolute transparency about how money that we have borrowed together as European taxpayers, if you like, and how this is spent now, and that this is actually showing that it works. And then hopefully we can, also spend more money on a just transition, which is very much needed, and can come up with ideas of how potentially CO2 taxes or ETS system can be used to transfer funds back to those who are most hit by the transition. Yeah, it has to be seen as if I can say this, as almost like a investment opportunity for everyone, for all citizens, and for everyone in the private sector.
I see. At this point, we need to wrap up. Unfortunately, we have run out of time. I thank you all. Summarizing our discussion, there's a need for more social acceptance. Take note of the projected de-escalation of prices, hopefully. The major opportunity, despite the crisis, offered by the RRF, the Recovery and Resilience Fund, despite the crisis, especially for countries like Greece. Also, the optimal practices that can be followed for regions such as Western Macedonia for the smoothest possible green transition. And finally, that offshore and storage will be game changers. Without a doubt, questions will keep arising. The more the issue is difficult, they will be answered as this huge endeavor called transition is put to practice. I thank you all for taking part in this session. Thank you very much.
So now in this seminar, 2-day seminar about ensuring growth and social inclusion, we come after a session that has spoken about the Greek transition and before a session dealing with financing of RRF actions. I would like to ask, first of all, Barbara Kaufman, coming from the DG Employment and Social Inclusion in Brussels, so from the heart of the matter, can there be an RRF without the real interest of social inclusion? And after this, to just describe to us what are the aspects of social inclusion the RRF is dealing with. What do we have on the table? Ms. Kaufman.
Thank you very much. I'm very pleased to be here this afternoon. Also, I would be even more pleased to be in Athens, I have to say. But anyway, I'm happy to speak about social inclusion and also, of course, the RRF. And I think to start with, I wanted to say that in terms of current situation, of course, we know that after, the big shock that the pandemic brought to Greece, and over 14,000 people have lost their lives, and also many were affected through illness and otherwise have been affected. We can also see some elements that are on the bright side in the Greek situation. For instance, I have to say that looking around, we saw generally the increase in unemployment, but not in Greece. So that is something that I think is very important. At the same time, we also know that Greece is still a country that has a relatively high unemployment rate. It's also very clear that even when...
If I may break in by
yes.
saying not relatively high, incredibly high.
Incredibly high, the highest of the EU, if I may say. Still, if we looked on average, we saw everywhere, the unemployment rate went up by 1%, but in Greece it didn't go up, and recently it has come down. And so at least let's also see a few positive things. I would not stop there. We know there are issues in terms of a disproportionate impact on young people, on women, on third country nationals. So there are a lot of challenges. And so it is clear that Greece still has many challenges to go. What I wanted to say for us, an important element in this context also to look at when we look at what is going on in Greece is the pillar of social rights with its 20 principles in the area of employment, working conditions, as well as skills and inclusion. And of course, also the various funding instruments that are now available to tackle the various challenges. And when I'm thinking of the pillar of social rights, I also think of the pillar action plan that was welcomed by EU leaders in the Porto summit in May, and also the fact that we have now at the EU level, and Greece will soon hopefully submit also at the national level, 3 targets for employment, for skills, and for social inclusion, or to be precise, poverty reduction. And if I just...
Are these targets, once more I break in, but still we are Mediterranean, you bear with us. Are the targets convincing? Are they honest? Are they real? Or are they Brussels targets? Nice targets to look at. It's the same question I'll address later on to Manos Matsaganis, who is an academic.
Well, we don't think that they're just nice targets. First, in Brussels, we worked hard to look at where is the EU standing, what was the progress towards the 2020 targets, now is the crisis, and what could be achievable. Also very much, for instance, in the area of skills, what do we really need if we don't have training, because the skills targets is about 60% of adults per year by 2030 should be in training. And if you don't get this, you are not going to manage the green and digital transition in a convincing way. So just to say, we have these targets at the EU level. Greece will also identify its own targets. And just going through these areas, I can see that in the area of employment, yes, the employment rate in Greece is still very low. And then if you are, 61% compared to 72 or something at the EU level, then you look quickly at what kind of issues we have. And we see the large gender employment gap, which is larger than at the EU level. So there's an issue with integrating women. We see there is a disability employment gap, and there's also a high share of young people who are in employment. So there we see already some of the issues about inclusion. I mentioned migration earlier. On the skills, we have also, I mentioned this wonderful EU level target, which is very ambitious, of 60%, and we're even only at 37% at the EU level in 2016, and Greece is at 16%. So you see that the challenges in terms of getting adults into and upskilling is enormous. Now we see that there's been progress, for instance, on digital skills, but more will be needed. And similarly on the poverty reduction and so on, we know there are issues that are being addressed in housing cost overburden, medical needs, and at the same time we also know that there's still a high share of people that are at risk of poverty, social exclusion, in the area of 30%, also for children, whereas on EU average we're at 21-22%. So again, that's what I see as the challenge, and that's where then the programs come in. The RRP on the one hand, and on the other hand, of course, also the social fund and other elements. And so just to say, looking at the program, yes, we see that...
Before going to the program, I'd like the comment of Manuel Matsaganis on this picture, on this image, on this description. Mr. Matsaganis, can there be an RRF without an evident and heavy dimension of social inclusiveness? You have to...
I could answer your question in 5 seconds by saying that that's not possible at all. But of course, I would have to,
some more.
I would have to elaborate, but then I would interrupt Barbara Kaufmann, and I don't know if that would be very appropriate.
We want to have your comment to do something like a sort of a discussion.
Right. No, we need social inclusion and we need social investment, and this is what I'm going to say in my presentation very shortly. Not just in order to make the green and digital transition fairer, which is the usual way of looking at it, but also in order to make it faster and more effective. And Barbara Kaufmann's point about skills is very telling. Greece is a laggard in terms of skills, and we discuss skills too little. Greece's backwardness, if I may use this word, in terms of skills is stunning. I'm quoting in my presentation very shortly just one figure, which is that almost 1 in 5 recent university graduates aged below 34 years of age are functionally illiterate. The OECD uses the term no basic skills, but you're a journalist, you would be more likely to use the term functionally illiterate, and you would be very close to the
reality. Yeah.
Do we discuss this at all? Do journalists write articles on it? Do MPs debate it in Parliament? Not at all.
If I'm supposed to be joining as a journalist, journalists deal with it in short and snappy phrases, but not in any depth. As to politicians,
well, okay. Unless we get serious about this, it's not just that we'll miss the digital transition and the green transition, is that we'll be relegated to a kind of, second division of European countries, or even, third division or what have you. So it's one of the greatest challenges, and I don't see enough engagement. I know the government has been preparing a new bill, but still I think the issue is so huge that we should be talking about it more and more seriously. But I won't say any more before my presentation because I would like to hear the rest of Barbara Kaufmann's presentation.
I'll go back to Barbara Kaufmann, but I have to unfortunately tell you that we have to our disposal, it's the second time I'm saying that, and I'm quite unhappy about it, just 1/4 of an hour more. We have missed the first part of our panel. So I have to really ask each and one of you to cram their thoughts, if thoughts can be crammed together, in the barest of time. Back to Barbara Kaufmann. What about the uses of this famous RRF? Is it sufficient? Is it there?
Yeah, so on the uses, try to be short. The key uses are healthcare 28%, education 22%, and indeed education is important, and adult learning and skills 24%. So I think really in terms of skills, there's a big leap here, and that is very important. In the area of employment, I can say there are policies boosting employment of 10% of the share. We could have expected even a bigger allocation, especially when it comes to the activation of young people, active labor market policies. That's one thing. I already went to skills, so I will not go back to that. Then in the social sphere, we see only one small project on social housing, no allocation for long-term care in the RRP, although there are needs in both of these areas. So this is something that, yes, we could have seen a little bit more. At the same time, I have to recognize there's an important project on labor market activation of vulnerable groups, and this is something we find very important in this context. But of course, it will be important to have also comprehensive social services that go along with that, and not only the activation element. So for us, it is clear that there are important areas, but some of these are a little bit undercovered. And here comes in the social fund plus. And here we are happy that Greece was the first country that approved the partnership agreement. And now we are looking very closely at what is coming in the operational programs to make sure that some of the gaps that we have seen in the RRP will be filled through the ESF Plus. And we hope there will be focus on tailored support to youth and women employment and emphasis on the social economy. We also hope child guarantee to reduce child poverty and promoting equal opportunities. And then finally, as mentioned already, social services for vulnerable groups of the population, community centers, and so on. I think I have to stop there because you want me to be brief.
Thank you indeed for your cooperation. And now I would have loved the government to intervene and comment on the comment, but I turn to Theano Fotiou, who hasn't had the possibility, and I'm sure she is happy about it, to run the RRF because she hasn't had to deal with the COVID, but she has had the social fund. And I would like to have her comment on the size of the mountain we have in front of us and on the adequacy, both of the RRF and the initiatives that can be funded by it, and on the up to now sketches of governmental policy. Ms. Fotiou, be kind. I don't have Domna Michailidou to respond, so I'll try to do something.
She's here. I don't know if you know that.
I don't see her.
I've been here for quite some time, and I was wondering why you don't have the government response.
Oh,
As
right.
I told you, she would come.
I just have you on the screen.
At first, of course.
No, the technology is a magic. But since Theano Fotiou has the floor, let's have her comment on that.
Thank you.
And to join in afterwards.
For this 5 to 7 minutes, I would like first to thank
as close to 5 would
okay.
Something to the other.
Don't interrupt me then. So for this teeny time, I would like to focus in 3 issues. First, thank for the invitation. Because I think that the RRF funds represent a great opportunity for all member states to develop and implement innovative tools in order, first, to face the future economic, health, and climate crisis. Second, to design new strategies to fight inequalities. Third, to create a new tool in order to deal with the private debt problem that threatens the social cohesion in several European countries. On the first issue, during the last decade, all people in the European Union realized that the repeated economic, health, and climate crisis, plus natural disasters, will be the reality of our future. During the recent fiscal and pandemic crisis, the income of European households decreased and the number of households affected increased because this crisis had a great impact not only on the traditional, vulnerable and poor social layers, but on the middle social strata as well. Greece, during the last decade, experienced a severe fiscal crisis, and health crisis and climate crisis, earthquakes, forest fires, and floods. Very soon, we realized that the social solidarity income established by Syriza in 2018 was insufficient tool to mitigate the effects on population. During 2020, Syriza PA, with his president, Alexis Tsipras, designed a new tool, the emergency income, as a new safety net for the large majority of people. The main idea and the characteristics of the emergency income are, first, when a crisis occurs, the state
Whoops. We seem to have a problem. I seem to have a problem with Theanofotiou. Let's wait for a matter of seconds if she can join us. Have you?
Only not affected members, for example, public servants or pensioners, are excluded. The first affected member of the household receives the whole defined amount. Every other adult member receives half of it, and the children receives 1/4 of it. We have elaborated a certain budget scenario for the case of the recent forest fires, addressed to 15,000 households, approximately 37,000 members. The estimated cost is 9 million per month, euros. Now, on the second issue, fighting inequalities is a priority of our party, and a strong welfare state is indispensable in this battle. Generous public expenditure on welfare is imperative. In addition, public expenditure for social protection has a significant impact on the economy in total, as it is mainly directed to the market, to small and medium enterprises. Syriza government managed to increase welfare budget to 3.5 billion euros, which represents 2% of the GDP. Our intention was to double this amount during 2025. Unfortunately, the present government addresses a very limited part of the RRF funds to welfare and social protection for the most vulnerable victims of the pandemic crisis, children, disabled, elderly people, and women.
I'm afraid that you'll have to shorten to 1 more minute.
I will try. Women during the pandemic crisis, if I'm not interrupted from somebody else, I would appreciate that. So women during the pandemic crisis undertook most of the additional household and family burdens which concluded in deepening the unemployment gap between men and women by 2.1 percentage units from 5% to 7.1%. So the pandemic crisis unveiled the need for establishing a common social safety net for health and welfare services in the community. Care economy is a new dynamic market in which public investment and expenditure are of utmost importance. We propose a modern IT system consisting of registries, of services, providers, and beneficiaries to monitor, assess, and control this common health and welfare social net. And the third issue, of course, measures addressing private debt. You know the situation nowadays because the pandemic crisis increased further the private debt of the citizens. According to the new failure law established recently by the government, physical persons can also come to failure for the first time in Greece. After failure, households considered vulnerable could benefit of a rent allowance to stay in their home for 12 years, paying rent at market price, and then they have the option to buy it back at market value. This is almost impossible. Europe should learn from its mistakes and avoid the social tragedies. In Greece, thanks to Katseli's law and Syriza's policies, tragic situations such as in Spain have been avoided. We now propose a new tool that combines measures like a generous haircut to the private debt, depending on the household's income and property value. A tailor-made...
And that's that, I'm afraid you have
this
to...
is the last sentence, really. So, a tailor-made scheme of long-term repayment of the remaining part of loans, plus a program to secure decent housing. Thank you very much.
Thank you indeed for trying to help with the time guillotine. And now, inversing the normal order, I come to Domna Michailidou. You are the government. I am afraid you've missed my initial question, which tried to ask something that is discussed widely in the community. Is the RRF and is the program Greece 2.0 adequate to build some measure of social inclusion in the near future? You are the government and you have all of 5 minutes.
Thank you very much for this.
Good luck.
And I heard, of course, what Theano had to say. We are both in parliament, as you know, because we're passing a bill now, and both of us are fighting each other on this bill that actually implements two of the major policies that we have in our design for the social compartment of the RRF. So to go back to your initial question and then linking it with the draft bill that we currently have on how we apply and we decompose each fraction and function of the RRF. If you want me to be honest, the way that currently RRF stands, I cannot say that it's adequate. And I cannot say that it's adequate, not because of the lump sum that it provides and the whole pool of money that is available to the European member states and predominantly our country, but because of its conditionalities attached when it comes to social policy. And I don't want to...
Have you tried to fight this point, or has this point been brought to the attention of Brussels and to the European leaders?
Well, I tried that. I want to first explain what I mean by the conditionalities attached. Perhaps people do not know, and
whoops.
Do not know as well, towards financing non-repeated costs. And when it comes to social policy, you need repeated costs. You cannot just base it on sunk costs. And I heard Barbara before talking about how we do not have long-term care. How can we include in the RRF long-term care when long-term care requires repeated costs? So it was an absolute puzzle for us, which somehow we solved, going back to your question on how to structure the RRF on social policy that requires repeated expenses in a way that we do it through sunk costs. Because what we can do is build new institutions, but that's not the point, especially in an era when you need deinstitutionalization. So what do you need in social policy? You need services. That's what you need in social policy. You need services to skill people. Manos made a really good point about it. You need services to help people with becoming independent, whether that's independent because they're institutionalized, whether that's independent because they are disabled, whether that's independent because they are of low income and low skills, hence they cannot really be independent in the labor force and join an employment position, basically. So it's been really tough for us. We've managed it. If we had more time, perhaps we would have managed it even better, but it was a very difficult puzzle. We could not have included long-term care. We could not have included the reform that we wanted for the third age. We could not have included what we really needed for skilling young kids. However, two of the things that we've managed to include that of course have repeated a repetition character, though we managed and with the help of the Commission, and to be honest, Chris Allen has been very helpful here, we managed to rebrand them in a way so as to include preschool education and reforming preschool education in a way that we will close the inequality gap, in a way that we will introduce a curriculum in nurseries so as to diminish the divergence of cognitive skills of kids coming from the top 10% of the income distribution to the bottom 10% of the income distribution through a cohesive, homogeneous curriculum in all nurseries, making sure that no one is left behind in a kind of equality of opportunity manner, and also include the personal assistant, three actually, the nurseries, the personal assistant, so as to make people with disabilities independent with the provision of a personal assistant, but this is going to lock in the ESF Plus for its perpetual financing afterwards. And of course, the third pillar of the GMI receivers, which is a very difficult task of introducing them in a sustainable way in the labor market. So specific skilling for GMI beneficiaries, provided the profiling being done to them in order to find the most effective way of introducing them in the labor market, given the fact that they are the most economically vulnerable ones. So it was really hard. It was really hard doing social policy through the RRF. I think we've done our best, though, and I'm saying it again, the conditionalities of it, of not including repeated costs, make it especially hard for social policy. We're not transport, we're not infrastructure where we build bridges and make trains. We need to have repeated costs covered if we want to make good and effective social policy.
Would you tend to say, I tempt you now, that based on this, you would recommend to the leaders of Europe in future to have a widening of the RRF, or a future RRF include this kind of repeated costs?
Sure.
More credible.
And to be honest, because you asked me before what I've done and if I conveyed this in Brussels, I conveyed this in Brussels, but also I discussed this. I had bilateral meetings with my equivalents in Germany, in Spain, in Italy, and in Portugal to see how did they cope, how did they design their social compartment of the RRF in their design. And there, the answers were varied. Germany does.
Oops, I've lost again the connection. I've lost the connection.
Have one.
I'll have you back.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
I've lost you in Germany, you know.
Sorry.
No, you're on.
So I was saying that the response of other member states is varied, and it's varied because countries like Germany do not have at all a social compartment of RRF in their policies. Spain had one just pertaining, not social policies, but just pertaining the skilling of the employment market. They also include a special force, as we have the Bureau of Economic Advisors here. They are doing through the RRF an equivalent for social affairs. I guess Manos would be the top choice for ours here, but none of them actually managed to do social policy. Okay, I understand that we are in the bottom of the list of welfare states with regards to our evolution and our development. Hence, our needs are much greater than those of Germany, of course, and of Italy, for example. But still, from my understanding, and that was a deficiency of Europe, that we're not competing for funds. We should have discussed all together. I mean, we're going to ministerial meetings and we do not discuss how we should build in a more efficient and effective way our proposals. We should not, I mean, it was my initiative to talk with my colleagues, but this should have been discussed in a central European level, since we're not competing, in order to design the most effective RRF proposals and packages that best fit and learn from each other.
So thank you, Ms. Michailidou. And now over to Manuel Matsaganis, to whom, in fact, you more or less gave the floor just half a minute earlier. Mr. Matsaganis, how have you followed this discussion? Which is your take, and which is your take as to the future? You don't have your mic on?
That's
there
also true.
There you are.
I'm trying to share my screen, but that's not quite feasible right now.
You're ambitious with the technology.
Yeah,
well, with the old way.
All right. Yes, I'd like to make a few comments about what I think are the most urgent social inclusion, social policy priorities, and how the National Recovery and Resilience Fund plan can actually help meet them. 4 slides, so I won't take too long. The first point is that we need to modernize our social protection. And here, one of the most urgent priorities is to make healthcare more affordable. Currently, it's not. Just a couple of numbers. If you take the poorest 20% of the population, then in 2010, before the crisis, about 8% said that they couldn't access healthcare because of economic reasons, 8%. Now it's 20%. It's quite clear that a decade of economic hardship, but also austerity in health have taken a toll, and we need to address affordability in healthcare. The minister has already mentioned the need to activate minimum income recipients, and that's, I agree that it's a priority. It's less widely known, but very problematic, the fact that income support to jobless workers, and I take the point that unemployment hasn't risen very much in Greece, but as we discussed earlier, it's still the highest in the EU. Well, most Europeans are actually surprised to hear that out of 100 jobless workers, only 18 are in receipt of unemployment benefits. And this is really abysmally low. It's half the share in 2010. It was 35%, and that needs to be addressed. I'm not going to say much about pensions, not just because we don't have enough time, but also because it's not something that springs to mind when we discuss the Recovery and Resilience Plan. But it's unfortunate that our welfare state's pension bias remains very considerable. And there are alarming signs of policy reversal over the last 2 years or so, under both the previous and the current government, policy reversal to the bad old ways. I'm not going to say more about that now.
At the very least, let's translate that in terms understandable to the layman. You mean that we go back to catering for pensioners and not for social policy?
Well, of course, pension spending is over half total social spending. It's over 13% of GDP. And now we have lower contributions for the self-employed, something completely unnecessary and wrong. and we have a lower retirement age for some favored constituencies, which is also very wrong. And we have this new scheme, which is quite, as far as I'm concerned, acceptable on its own terms, which is to make the transition in supplementary pensions from pay-as-you-go to funded. That's debatable. It could be all right in normal circumstances, but that implies that over the next 20 or 30 years, spending on supplementary pensions will have to rise much faster than implied by demography alone, and that's quite a lot. So I think pensions threaten to crowd out all the other things that we need, and one of those things, as I said before, is skills upgrade. I'll just make one last point. We need to address future needs in long-term care with the funds from the National Resilience and Recovery Plan, or without, hopefully with, but I mean, if necessary, without, with national resources. It's a great priority that has been left unaddressed. And we need to exploit the potential contributions of refugees and migrants, something that is badly neglected in the current political climate. I'm going to end on a positive note. Greece also needs to accelerate towards providing broader access to affordable childcare. And here I'm a great supporter of recent government initiatives on preschool education that I find very encouraging, and I hope they will succeed. And I will end on this point.
Thank you, Mr. Matsaganis. I'm afraid that you have all valiantly fought to make social policy and inclusiveness fit somewhere between greening of the economy and financing the economy. I hope that at some nearer future, we'll hold this discussion with ampler time. So thank you to Mrs. Domna Michailidou, to Mr. Anofotiou, to Ms. Barbara Kaufman, and to Mr. Manos Matsaganis. Thank you. Keep up the good work.
Good afternoon. This is the 8th session of this year's event, this year's conference of European Commission and IOBE. I'm John Papageorgiou. I'm an EU Affairs reporter for the Athens Radio and head of Athens Digest newsletter. And our session is entitled Mobilizing Finance for Recovery and Resilience. We are going to discuss on loans, or the RRF loans. And I would like first to thank IOBE and the European Commission for the opportunity they are giving me, having me here. And indeed, this is an opportunity. It's an opportunity because our distinguished panelists are representing all the main stakeholders as far as the RRF loan procedure is concerned. So without losing any time, I would like to introduce Mrs. Andrea Moralou, Director and Head of Greece and Cyprus at the EBRD, Mr. Alex Patelis, the Chief Economic Advisor to the Prime Minister of Greece, Mr. George Hadjinikolaou, the Chairman of Piraeus Bank and Chairman of the Hellenic Bankers Association, Mr. Efthymios Vidalis, the President of the Executive Committee of SEV, the Hellenic Federation of Enterprises, and last but certainly and obviously not least, Ms. Felicia Stanescu. She is the head of unit of DG Recover at the European Commission. There are plenty of ways to see the RRF loan procedure. So I'm going to give each one of you, and first of all, thank you for being with us, each one of you 7 to 8 minutes to make your first remarks. And then I think we will have the time for a short Q&A session. Thank you again, and I pass the floor to Mrs. Moraru.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the European Commission and the Foundation for Economic and Industrial Research for inviting me to participate in this conference. It's a real pleasure for me to join this panel, this distinguished panel, and discuss mobilizing financing under the Greek Recovery and Resilience Facility. From our point of view, the primary consideration of the Greek recovery plan is to cover the large investment and output gap endemic to the performance of the Greek economy over the last decade, which deteriorated even further due to the COVID-19 pandemic. About 2/3 of the total investment gap in Greece is due to lack of business investments, which indicates the existence of significant investment opportunities on which so far the Greek banking sector has been finding challenging to finance. In particular, the performance of the Greek economy has been hindered by large interest rates, a big differential in terms of cost of funding between the Greek corporates and the European peers, mainly because of the sub-investment grade rating following the severe financial crisis. This has also an impact on the competitiveness of these corporates and their ability to compete on the external market. The loans from the EBRD and under other implementing partners to be deployed under the Greek Corporate Loan Facility will provide an important opportunity for the country to guarantee a sustainable growth strategy while remaining aligned with the European Union strategic priorities and targets of a green and digital economy. Since EBRD started to invest in 2015, it's been highly relevant in the country with large business investment volumes every year, high policy impact, and strength in financing the private sector. And this has led the Greek government to seek our support in delivering long-term financing to Greek companies that need investments under the RRF. We have just reached an important milestone in Greece in terms of our investment volume. We so far committed 5 billion of investments in Greece in a relatively short period of time. What is very relevant is that 95% of these investments have been targeted in the private sector. With our strong focus on the private sector, we have supported the resilience of the Greek corporates, and also we worked extensively with export-oriented companies, providing loans to support their international expansion. We supported Greek companies in their impressive efforts to transform into the green and sustainable corporates. Supporting green projects have been always high on EBRD agenda in Greece and across our countries of operation. This year alone, out of 600 million we invested so far in the country, about 50% of this have been investments in projects supporting the green economy. There is a large overlap between the Greek recovery plan and the EBRD country strategy in Greece, in particular on two pillars, the focus on improving competitiveness of the Greek economy by supporting export-oriented companies, as well as investing in sustainable infrastructure and digital transformation. This makes the bank a natural partner in the deployment of the RRF loans, considering the common focus of the private sector and a more sustainable, innovative and competitive business outlook. EBRD has signed a memorandum of understanding with the Greek government to partner up in the provision of 500 million of debt financing to be provided by EBRD from its own resources, together with up to 500 million of the RRF loans. We hope to be able to sign the operational agreement in the next couple of weeks. EBRD role will be specifically to bring our private sector expertise join forces to achieve the digital and green targets, help the innovation, export and connectivity potential of the Greek economy, while in the same time trying to bring in commercial banks financing and offering the policy steer and internal guidance on appropriate concessionality levels. EBRD is ideally placed to calibrate the size and margins of the RRF concessional loans, adequately maximize the leverage of EBRD and other sources of private financing, while making sure that underlying transactions will be bankable, well-structured, and able to deliver a long-term impact. In order to achieve this, it will be very important that the investment decisions remain within the remit of the EBRD and also the other implementing partner approval process. The terms and conditions will apply in the same way, ensuring a real level playing field to commercial banks and international financial institutions, and that the implementation of the facility can benefit from initial experience of the first transactions after initial market testing. Thank you.
We do thank you, Mrs. Moraru. Let me pass the floor to the Chief Advisor, Economic Advisor of our Prime Minister, Mr. Alex Patelis. Alex, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, John. Good afternoon to everybody, and it's a great pleasure. Let me also extend a big thank you to IOBE, European Commission, for this wonderful event, and of course for the invitation. So I wanted to give a little bit of a background of how we came about with the loan program. It was not obvious at the beginning, but the decision was very much that we wanted to base Greece 2.0 on economic principles and on the specific country-specific recommendations and the weaknesses of Greece. And we knew that Greece had developed a very large investment gap, as Ms. Moraru mentioned as well, very large investment gap that requires a lot of billions of capex. And of course, during the crisis also, loan growth was effectively non-existent. So from the beginning, we wanted to push for the idea of using the 13 billion loans that Greece was entitled to under the RRF to finance and fund loans to the private sector. We also knew that the government is never a good partner in those cases, or rather is not a good entity to make the decisions as to where the loans would go. So from the beginning, we wanted these loans to be channeled either through the banks, the Greek banks, or through international European institutions such as the EBRD. It was a difficult sell at the beginning because there was natural apprehension whether Greece would be able to structure a program in the right way so as to avoid the obvious conflicts of interest. But I think once it became clear that we had very truthful intentions, we were able to negotiate and to arrange the program as it is. Now, being based on economic fundamentals and economic priorities, we identify 5 eligibility criteria for loans. So the loans are not just for anybody who wants to make an investment, but that investment is scored, and it's scored in a scale of number 1, whether it's green. That's obviously the main priority of the RRF. 38% green is the overall target. Whether it's digital also is 20% of Greece 2.0. So green or digital. And then we added to that, if it's export oriented, Greece remains still a relatively closed economy, at least compared to other economies of similar size. And we continue to want to encourage and expand the tradable sector whether of course in goods or services. The 4th eligibility criteria is R&D or innovation. Greece still has a gap in research and development and innovation, and we want to encourage investments in those. And then finally, there's also a Greek peculiarity, which is that the average size of companies in Greece is relatively small, at least compared to the European Union average. So over half of employment in Greece is created by companies that employ up to 9 employees. And so we want to also encourage mergers and acquisitions, and that's the final of the 5 eligibility criteria of our loan. So the way it'll work is everybody's going to be scored on these criteria, And of course, ultimately, the bank or the financial institution such as the EBRD that's making the decision will make that ultimate call as to whether the loan should go to a particular entity. In addition, we decided early on that there would be no state guarantees in the sense that state guarantees in the past have been abused, or they are often used or interpreted as an excuse to give out loans, let's say, with less strict criteria. So it's all the loans have strict co-financing. That means that up to half the money is put up by Greece 2.0, by the RRF, and then maybe up to another 30% by the bank and another 20% by the investor that's doing the borrowing. Obviously, for the companies that benefit from this loan program, the main advantage that they have is that they will be paying a much lower interest rate than would be the case if they had to go through the normal channels of borrowing, and that risk premium, that interest rate differential can be substantial. But also, of course, I think the streamlining of the processes and the fact that this is all done in an organized and way also means that the approval process will probably go smoother. And the specific terms of the loans program will be soon legislated and approved, and hopefully we will soon commence. 13 billion of RRF money means up to 26 billion of loans over a period up to 2026. So that's a very substantial amount of money, considering the amount of loans that are given in Greece. We've also been asked the opposite question: can the banking system, which will manage about half of this, can the Greek banking system manage this loan program? And of course, the answer is yes. There is both the capacity and the balance sheet ability to handle this program. And we hope that by the end of the program in 2026, this will have contributed significantly in boosting Greece's actual and trend growth. Thank you very much for your time.
We do thank you, Mr. Patelis. And you referred to the Greek banking sector and its capacity to run this program, to run the loans of the RRF. So let's turn to this area, to the Greek banking sector. Mr. George Hatzinikolaou is with us, the chairman of Piraeus Bank and the chairman of the Hellenic Bankers Association. Mr. Hatzinikolaou, the floor is yours. Just open your microphone.
Okay.
Yes, we can hear you.
So you can hear me now?
Yes, of course.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Papageorgiou. Let me take my turn to thank also the organizers of this event, and also to thank you for the invitation and the opportunity to share my thoughts about financing the growth of the Greek economy. My view, and our house view here at Piraeus Bank, is that the high growth rates that we recorded in the last quarter will continue in the next months, and it will extend in 2022, albeit at a slower pace. Specifically, our forecast is for a growth rate of over 8% in 2021 and around 4% for 2022. But what's more important, though, is that the country is being mobilized. It's in the final stages of completing a national strategy to ensure that a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity enabled by the RRF funds is captured and fully utilized. It's an opportunity to transform the Greek economy and lead it to a sustainable, above-average growth path. The context is now largely set. The country will receive 32 billion available through the RRF fund in the form of grants and low-cost funds. An additional amount of 27 billion will also come through the so-called ESPA program, and yet another 19 billion will come through the Common Agricultural Policy. Properly channeled, these funds can be directed towards high value-added high-tech, environmentally friendly investments in critical areas such as green transition, digital and upskilling our labor force. And the country needs these funds. All the previous speakers spoke about the investment gap that has been created in the last decade, which approaches and perhaps exceeds 100 billion. As such, the investments funded by the RRF program, along with the additional funding that this program will generate, will go a long way to fill this investment gap and enable the country to modernize itself and compete effectively in the global arena. The signs are encouraging. Aided by an improved political and economic climate, a pro-business government with an ambitious reform agenda, the prospects of the Greek economy have already attracted the interest of the global investment community. In 2021 alone, more than 10 billion have already come in the country in the form of investments in the Greek banks, in the purchase of assets the Greek banks are selling, and investing directly in the energy sector, pharma, telecommunications, infrastructure, hotels, and real estate. In order for this trend to continue, it is necessary to have coordinated mobilization and action of the banks, the private sector, and the state. Specifically, and wearing my hat as a chair of the Hellenic Banking Association, I can state unequivocally that the Greek banking system stands ready to finance every bankable investment project, as it has both the required capital and the required liquidity, which is plentiful. We have also declared our willingness to be actively involved in the management and absorption of the RRF funds. In achieving this task, the Greek banks will compete with each other, and this is good because competition achieves the best outcomes. In addition, competition will come not only from within Greece, but also from other European banks, as well as major international organizations such as the European Investment Bank and EBRD. It is noteworthy that at the end of June, EIB signed an agreement with the Ministry of Economy for the financing of investments of up to 5 billion through the RRF plan. As the President Werner Hoyer explained during the signing of the agreement, EIB aims to support the final recipients of the funds, namely the companies, and not the banks through which its resources are usually channeled. EBRD will also participate in the recovery fund, as we heard, with 1 billion. Turning now to the private sector, the effective utilization of the RRF funds requires the mobilization of Greek companies, particularly the financially healthy companies, as these are the primary targets of the program. These companies need to come up with healthy investment plans which meet the RRF plan objectives and eligibility requirements as I outlined by Mr. Patelis. They also need to show their willingness to participate by contributing at least 20% of the total cost of the planned investment. As I said previously, the Greek banks stand ready not only to fund such investment plans, but also to work closely with such companies to meet the program requirements. I should also note here that there is a significant number of small and medium-sized enterprises which, after a difficult time during the 10-year recession and the ensuing pandemic, face challenges that may not be in a position to meet the thresholds set by the RRF plan. This is indeed a challenge for the banking system, but also for the state. We at the banks understand this challenge, and we are working hard to find ways to widen the envelope of the RRF eligibility. For instance, we encourage and promote M&A activity and consolidation among smaller companies. We offer advice as to how they can improve their balance sheets, their governance, and how to put together viable business plans. In addition, the hope is that if the high growth continues, the prospects of these companies will improve, enabling them to participate in the latter part of the program. Turning now to the role of the state, it is equally clear that a mobilization is required, and admittedly it is underway in order to enhance the management capacity of the state mechanisms and institutions that are needed to deal with the RRF program requirements. This is a crucial component of the implementation of the National Strategy Greece 2.0. Regulatory, bureaucratic, and administrative barriers must be rapidly removed and be replaced by a new, modern, transparent, and flexible framework. It is obvious from the above, for the opportunity offered by the RRF program to be realized, will require coordinated action between banks, companies, and the state. We have in front of us a historic post-war opportunity to modernize our country and a clear roadmap to achieve a sustainable growth map. We do not have the luxury of failure. Banks, companies, investors, the state, we all have the collective responsibility and an obligation to grab, conquer, and achieve successfully this great challenge. The strategy is here, the means are here. What is now required is systematic approach, hard work, coordination, determination, dedication, and confidence for this plan to succeed. Thank you.
We thank you, Mr. Hadjinikolaou. A lot of issues have come up after your speech, but let me turn to the business sector and to the president of the executive committee of SEV, the Hellenic Federation of Enterprises, Mr. Ephemios Vidalis. The floor is yours, Mr. Vidalis.
Thank you, Mr. Papageorgiou. It's an honor to be among such distinguished company as Mr. Hadjinikolaou, who made it, and Mr. Patelis and Mrs. Moraru and Mrs. Stanescu to discuss the very important aspects of building our recovery and resilience. I must say, well, the good news is that this discussion comes at a time of increased confidence and renewed optimism in Greece. So the initiative of the European Commission and IOBE to put this event together, I believe the timing is good, and I thank them for that. I believe our country has ridden the COVID storm with considerable success, and we're undergoing consistent reform. During the pandemic, both the EU and government support measures were stepped up throughout Europe. In Greece, decisive government initiatives helped the economy move forward under the difficult circumstances, but we're moving forward. Our industry and productive sectors withstood the challenges posed by the pandemic, while most other sectors' outlook is also positive despite the massive shock to our economy and our society. As the pandemic is gradually contained, we look forward to how to fuel the recovery of economic activity to create value, jobs, and better prospects for all of our society. In this respect, the RRF, as well as the National Strategic Reference Framework, ESPA, Anaptixιακή Νόμη, all that, have very important roles to play. They provide much needed impetus for investments and reforms, the green transition, digital and infrastructure development, as the previous speakers said, and much more. The RRF offers a unique opportunity to revitalize our economy and trace a path for public and private cooperation towards a more sustainable future. Same with the NSRF, which, as I repeat, is the National Strategic Reference Framework, ESPA, Anaptixιακός Νόμος, and so on and so forth, which allows small and medium enterprise access to finance they need to grow. Ensuring that the RRF maximizes the potential to mobilize investments, however, is crucial. For example, for many companies, the RRF does not go far enough to address the costs of investment because they obviously need to come up with their own funds. Or that the subsidized loans facility has smaller effect. Larger companies already have access to competitive finance at this part of our lives at low cost, while most SMEs focus on is to reduce the investment capital rather than figure out the cost of financing. As a result, most companies regardless of size, prefer grants, tax breaks over subsidized loans. And we hope that the relevant guidelines for grant allocation will soon become available, because a lean and efficient grant allocation scheme will impact investments very much along subsidized loans. But neither will be enough without the significant complementary mobilization of private investments through private equity, venture capital, capital markets, and the banking system, as Mr. Hadjinikolaou pointed out. The latter is crucial and needs to ensure that IRF lending is complemented by their own processes to develop an investment dynamic, but also strengthen the effectiveness of the IRF itself. Private investments in Greece are traditionally relatively low. In 2020, they accounted for 11.5% of GDP, when it was 19% in Portugal and 22.5% overall in the EU. Today, private investments are under just about 50% of their 2008 level. Public investments, on the other hand, are only at 1/3, even lower. So we could say that private investments have been a little resilient, and we can build on the positive trend that is emerging. Much has vastly improved through recent reforms of the government, though there are still important steps to be taken to improve the productive economy's ability to absorb these investments. For example, as was pointed out, Greece is characterized by relatively small enterprises who need to increase in scale and size. Particularly in manufacturing and supporting services, to say the least, small scale hampers our ability to improve productivity, our export ability, competitiveness, and job creation. It also hampers our participation in international value chains and B2B networks throughout the ecosystem. However, strengthening our capacity, our productive capacity through mergers, acquisitions, and financing is a question of policy, as well as a question of investments, as has been pointed out, and I'm happy for that. It is therefore important to continue to work together to encourage and promote private investments, create pipelines for projects, and raise the investment scale for Greece. That means working for an even more efficient incentives, tax regimes, strengthen the investment programs, and better regulation. We still need to work on that. We must help private enterprise adopt to the rigorous requirements of new frameworks like ESG, which is absolute need, corporate governance, and the targets it sets. Taxation must continue to be looked at, as it hampers employment and growth during the fiscal adjustment programs. But still, the picture is improving, but there's more room for improvement. We need to strengthen incentives such as accelerate depreciations and loss carry forwards by the removal of disincentives. For example, loss carry forward is set in Greece at 5 years, when in most EU countries it is at least 10. Aligning Greek legislation with the vast majority in Europe would immediately boost the investment attractiveness. Similarly, for strategic investments, would significantly be accelerated if we increased super depreciation from the current 30% to 100%, which works in many other European countries. And we must continue to maximize the effectiveness of policies such as the investment law, which the Ministry of Development is doing a good job to streamline and accelerate. With drawn out licensing procedure, bureaucratic hurdles, and with current limits of the total subsidies limited at 10 million, we need to improve that, because the EU allows 24 million subsidies for large enterprises with 50 million turnover and above, and up to 33 million for medium-sized enterprises from 10 to 50 million. So there is room there to tap and to increase the equity potential for Greek firms. Once again, aligning with EU practices would help Greece improve its outlook, in our opinion. But there's another equally important aspect which stems from the increased intertwining of the legal and regulatory sides with the financial. Regulators and investors now demand a higher level of corporate governance, compliance, alignment with ESG targets, and rightly so. Similarly, the green transition is a process where the legal, regulatory, and financial need to be combined in a way that will build the market, educate the consumers, and improve our framework concurrently. It's a complex, extensive, expensive process which we at SEV are dedicated to help, but we must implement it. Social acceptance of projects and investments must also continue to be cultivated to build confidence and trust of the local communities and at the national level. We're all increasingly aware that a targeted joint effort of all of us is a requirement for sustainable growth. We must overcome the obstacles still posed by bureaucracy and offer transparent versus opaque administrative processes throughout the investment cycle. Investors, private equity, venture capital, banks, as well as large companies must use the machinery of the RRF to combine their expertise to help accelerate the learning curve and build our project pipeline. As I said, on the regulatory front, ECG and corporate governance can be an opportunity to go to the next level, improve risk management and transparency, and increase the investors' confidence in our country, Greece. That will be linked to the progress of capital markets and the Athens Stock Exchange, with which we're cooperating in a process that will help all sides grow. Overall, through regulatory and legislative initiatives, we must find the balance between social and environmental imperatives and the economy's ability to adapt, absorb investments, and grow in a productive and competitive way. As far as we at SEV are concerned, we are firm believers in the power of entrepreneurship and its ability to act as an agent of change. And we firmly believe that Greece and our government is on the right track towards building the resilience that will allow our businesses and our people to thrive and process. We will do our best to help along the way. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vizalis. I have put down some notes saying that larger companies may borrow with low interests and SMEs are reducing their investment capital. So this worries me a bit and it trigger maybe a round of Q&As later. But I have to pass the floor to Mrs. Felicia Stanescu. Actually, I said that you are last, but certainly not least, and obviously not least. I think some of the comments, you may comment to some of the things that are heard till now and are rather challenging. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, John, and good afternoon to everyone. First of all, a big thank you to the organizers, to IOBE, and to my colleagues from the European Commission in Athens, who have put a lot of effort into this conference. So big thank you and congratulations to all of you. It's not easy to be the last speaker, and it won't be easy to say something new that you haven't heard before, but I'll do my best. So we do not lose any opportunity when we speak publicly on the Greek plan to congratulate the Greek authorities because they put forward a comprehensive and an ambitious plan, which, as you know, was one of the first to be approved by the Commission and then by the Council in June, July. And increasing the level of private investment has been one of the key objectives of the plan and one of the main areas that we focused on from the start of the discussions, as Alex explained. And here the Greek authorities demonstrated a lot of vision and a lot of ambition in the use of the loans. And they have requested the full amount of loans, so the 12.7 billion, and these represent almost half of the plan. And as you heard today, the loans will have an important role for the Greek economy to support private investments and to bridge the investment gap that the other speakers have spoken about. To put a bit of context around it, the loans, so the 12.7 billion, will be used through actually three distribution channels. The first one is through financial institutions such as EBRD here and EIB, and commercial banks. And this is 11.7 billion out of the total. Then the second channel is an equity platform. This is for 500 million, dedicated to innovative firms and micro enterprises, so small firms. And then the third channel is an allocation of 500 million to the to Greece's compartment of the InvestEU program. So this is to give you the full picture. And we indeed discussed this a lot with the Greek government to create the right framework for this for the use of these loans. And the loan facility has been carefully designed to ensure that these funds are directed to projects that are sustainable and that are viable and that are regulatory compliant. And together with the Greek authorities, we have paid attention to three key aspects: how the funds are used, how the decisions are made, and to regulatory compliance. And to just say a few words on each of these, how funds are used. They should be directed to viable projects with a positive net present value, so to profitable projects. They will be used for the 5 strategic pillars, which Alex talked about: green transition, digitalization, extroversion, economies of scale through mergers and acquisitions, and innovation. And in compliance with the regulation on the Recovery and Resilience Facility, at least there are certain targets. So at least 37% of the overall loan facility will be directed to climate-related projects, and at least 20% to digital-related projects. And the aim is also to finance new investment, as we've heard today. So not to refinance outstanding loans, that is excluded. Then the second aspect that we paid attention to is how decisions are made. And here, Alex explained already, and Andrea referred to it as well. There's a governance framework in place that will ensure that financial institutions evaluate the funding requests and decide based on their internal criteria. So based on sound economic criteria at arm's length from the government. There will be a dedicated investment board committee that will monitor the implementation, but without being involved in the selection process. That's very important. And then the third aspect is on regulatory compliance. And here we focused on 2 key areas. One is do no significant harm. As you know, that is a key principle of the Recovery and Resilience Facility. No investment, no reform should do harm to the environment. And what this means in practice for these investments that will be done via the loans is that there should be an application of the Commission's guidance on sustainability proofing for InvestEU. There should not be funding of harmful activities and assets, for instance, related to fossil fuels or waste landfills or incinerators. That goes without saying. And there should be compliance with the relevant EU and national environmental legislation for projects. And then the second aspect of regulatory compliance is state aid. And these are large amounts of money, so they should be spent in a way that does not distort competition. So there should be full compliance with state aid rules. And in addition to these 3 key aspects, as Alex explained, the scheme is designed in such a way to leverage additional funding. So the loans provided by the state will only cover up to 50% of the investment costs, with the financial institutions and the debtors themselves covering the rest. And this is this leverages more funding, but it also ensures skin in the game so that the risk is shared by the financial institutions and by the participants themselves as an extra safeguard that viable projects will be chosen. And all of these safeguards are enshrined in the Council implementing decision for the Greek plan and will be closely monitored, of course. And they will also have to be enshrined in the relevant agreements to be signed by the Greek government with the implementing institutions. So with EIB, EBRD, and the commercial banks. And as I'm sure you have seen, the Council implementing decision also has modalities for monitoring and audit that include looking at key performance indicators, doing eligibility checks at 3 levels, actually, by the financial institutions and by independent certified auditors, both ex ante and ex post. So, for instance, the independent auditors will verify compliance with do no significant harm, with the climate and digital targets, and with the state aid rules. So this is kind of the framework. There is no investment would achieve the potential desired without the reforms. And the speaker just before me did a very good job at highlighting some of the reforms that are necessary in the Greek economy. And the Greek plan is very rich in reforms, as we have heard today. And to name just a few that go hand in hand with increasing private investment, there are reforms to simplify the business environment, reforms to increase the ease of doing business and reduce regulatory burden, and reforms to incentivize SMEs to achieve economies of scale. So these are important reforms, and we will monitor the implementation of these reforms equally attentively to ensure that the objectives of these reforms are achieved and they complement this ambitious loan scheme. So with that said, we at the European Commission will really look forward to the implementation of this scheme and seeing these funds flow to the economy where they are needed. And it was very good to hear in the session today that the implementing institutions, the commercial banks are really in the starting blocks for this. Thank you.
Thank you for this, Alicia. We do not have much time, but I will try to be as short as it gets with one question for each one, starting from Andrea. Andrea, on the one hand, we do have the agreed milestones and what has to be done in order to have disbursements. On the other hand, we have the actual absorption capacity of each local market, in our case, Greece. So what if the BRD can do in order to keep the correct balance, or sometimes to balance when things may be more difficult during implementation?
Thank you. As mentioned, there is from our perspective, there is a lot of overlap from with our country strategy and RRF objective. So we see RRF as a co-financing facility. So, for example, for green projects, we assess the eligibility against RRF and against our own eligibility, and basically then use RRF as a mobilization. So we mobilize these resources in order to increase the volume that we offer to finance to the companies. And in this way, also we try to reach a larger number of companies that would normally do just out of our financing directly without the RRF.
Many thanks for this. And let's turn to Alex. Alex, how confident are you? I assume that something makes you confident that there will be important interest for loans. And given the fact that we come from almost a decade of difficulties. And on the other hand, we have to maintain the health of the banking sector. How confident you are that there will be important interest?
Thank you very much for your question. So I guess there's sort of two sides, the supply and the demand. On the supply side, the banks today are stronger than they've ever been since the crisis started. They're on track through the Hercules program primarily to reduce NPEs to single digit by next year. There has been a very important reform, the insolvency framework that regulates restructuring and bankruptcy law in Greece, and also encourages entrepreneurships indirectly. And the banks are now free to dedicate their time on deciding who should get the loans. Obviously, institutions like the EBRD don't have this issue. But also on the other side, and also, of course, the banks, two of the big banks did some very significant capital increases this year, and the balance sheets are as strong as they've ever been. On the other side of the ledger, on the demand side, we have record low interest rates in Greece for the first time, effectively in many, many years, attractive borrowing costs, and of course, even more so through the RRF. We have a country that went through a 12-year crisis, effectively a period during which it was very difficult to make investment decisions because there was a lot of uncertainty, and that probably is the main factor that should lead to a resumption in loan growth. Of course, we have businesses that have survived a very large recession, period of uncertainty. They're the best of breed. Those who have survived such a long period are really good companies. They're not over-levered, so the room to take on more loans is there. We don't have the same picture that other countries have of credit over-expansion that might lead you to suspect that there won't be enough demand for loans. And importantly, and the most important of all, we believe that we have political stability and economic reforms that are the main ingredient to encourage investment appetite, because ultimately the main factor that will make you decide whether you're going to make an investment or not, and therefore borrow money, is whether you believe in the prospects of the country. And we think that these are the strongest prospects in a very long period of time, and we believe that the private sector shares that view and therefore will be participating in this loan growth. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Mr. Hatzinikolaou, apologies for this. Mr. Vidalis has to leave the panel earlier, so let me just change.
No problem.
Thank you. Mr. Vidalis, you thought that, okay, the loans and the procedures are, of course, a positive step, but it is not enough. To my understanding, this is what you said. Equity, more equity is needed. So I have to ask where this may come from.
First of all, thank you, Mr. Hatzinikolaou, and I'm glad we saw that we have a lot of commonality and shared views, which is wonderful. But I strongly believe that we need to have equity investments as well. It cannot only happen with that. And the equity investments can come from international investors who are encouraged by what's going on in Greece, but we need more ease in the regulations. And I also refer to taxes, accelerated depreciation. I'm not going to do that again. It also means that large Greek firms that can get cheap money, as Mr. Patelis said, you can actually get the lowest cost money. So if you want to make good IRRs, returns on your investment, you need to have a return on your equity as well. So I would be looking to medium enterprises, large Greek enterprises, foreign investors that are looking to combine activities, export, and become outward oriented and competitive and make a return on their equity. And this could be the firms, could be private equity, and a lot of private equity is looking at Greece these days, venture capital. We need to provide not only for transparency in the decision-making process, which we're making great progress, but we need to provide some incentives like the ones I mentioned, accelerated depreciations, tax, and so on and so forth. So I believe that's where we should look for. Thank you. I hope I was clear, Mr. Papageorgiou, didn't rush it.
Yes, you were. Thank you very much, Mr. Vidalis. So I have to pass the floor to Mr. Hatzinikolaou and ask, the recovery plan includes some opportunities for development in local communities of regional areas. There is a question about how well they are equipped to do so. But from your perspective, there is a question of how determined is the banking sector to support opportunities like this, and which kind of opportunities?
Well, allow me, if I may, to supplement, first of all, the question you asked to Mr. Vidalis about where the equity is going to come from. And to supplement what Mr. Vidalis said, which I fully agree with, I would say we have also a stock exchange here in Greece, which I happen to be chairman of. And I say we are open for business as well. We welcome basically companies to come in and raise new, fresh equity. I'm sure the investors will welcome it, okay? Just to register that point. And coming back to your question, as you know, and as Alex and others mentioned, the Greek banking system has gone through a major exercise where we have gotten rid of very large amounts of NPEs. We talk about tens of billions of NPEs, which left the balance sheets of the banks. So right there is a tremendous appetite on the part of the Greek banks to rebuild this balance sheet. And this will happen only by making new loans. So therefore, I take an opportunity to repeat one more time, we're here to bank every bankable project. We are here to fund every bankable project. There is no doubt about it. There is appetite, there is fierce competition out there in the marketplace, and there is the capital, and there is the liquidity. So that's basically the big picture. Now, as I have said in my remarks, there is a challenge as well. The fact is that the crisis wounded a large part of the business community, and the scars are still around. The fact that a lot of those non-performing loans, τα μη εξυπηρετούμενα δάνεια, φεύγουν από τους ισολογισμούς των τραπεζών, δεν σημαίνει ότι εξαφανίζονται από την ελληνική οικονομία. Και αυτοί οι επιχειρηματίες οι οποίοι έχουν αυτά τα δάνεια, καλώς ή κακώς, δεν έχουν άμεση πρόσβαση στο τραπεζικό σύστημα. Αυτό είναι μία πρόκληση το οποίο μας απασχολεί. Για ποιο λόγο? Γιατί απλούστατα εμείς θέλουμε να διατηρήσουμε τις σχέσεις μας με τους πελάτες μας. Θέλουμε να μεγαλώσει ο πελάτης και να γίνει υγιής και εμείς να είμαστε εκεί να τον βοηθήσουμε να μεγαλώσει ακόμα πιο πολύ. Αλλά όμως έχουμε και τους περιορισμούς μας, οι οποίοι είναι εποπτικοί. Πρώτον, δεν επιτρέπεται εμείς να δανείσουμε σε δανειζόμενους οι οποίοι δεν ικανοποιούν νέα κριτήρια. Και δεύτερον, είναι και business, γιατί πρέπει να εξασφαλίσουμε και να αξιολογήσουμε κάθε περίπτωση, αν πραγματικά υπάρχει σωστό πλάνο, αν υπάρχουν και όλα τα άλλα. Και να πω και τελευταία ότι υπάρχουν, όπως αναφέρθηκε και πριν, ένα δομικό πρόβλημα στη χώρα. Μεγάλος αριθμός μικρών επιχειρήσεων, το 1 και 2 ατόμων, τα οποία σε μια στιγμή αυτό το πρόβλημα πρέπει να καταλάβουμε ότι πρέπει να συγχωνευτούν, να δημιουργήσουν μεγαλύτερες και δυνατότερες μονάδες που θα έχουν και πρόσβαση στο τραπεζικό σύστημα και μπορούν να έχουν και πρόσβαση στις διεθνείς αγορές.
Mr. Hatzinikolaou, thank you for this, for your Greek and English comments as well. Just in 1 minute.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I'm leaving because as I
yes,
told
thank you, Mr. Vidalis.
Thank you very much to everybody.
The last question to Felicia, to Mrs. Stanescu. We heard how we are going to monitor, the Commission is going to monitor the procedure in the next few years. I think that the answer is we are in good cooperation with the authorities, but this is the politically correct answer. Which is the main problem you think you are going to face during the implementation of the loans scheme?
I'm not sure. Can you hear me?
Yes, of course.
Okay. I mean, you are not far wrong with the answer. The cooperation with the Greek authorities has been excellent.
Yes, hello, Giorgio.
Mr. Vidalis, please keep your microphone or exit the panel. Felicia?
I am sorry. I didn't mute as I was leaving. Sorry.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, so the cooperation has been excellent. We expect the cooperation will continue to be very good. I mean, the Greek authorities have been very organized and very efficient about designing the plan and now about implementing the plan. There is a recovery and resilience facility agency that is put in place. So the governance around the implementation of the plan is there. It's a large plan. That is very true, with many reforms and investments, with many milestones and targets, 331 to be exact. So it will be intense for, I think, both sides, the Commission and the Greek authorities. And the loan facility, while it has less milestones and targets in number, it has very large amounts involved, and there are lots of layers of checks and balances built into the system that will be verified.
Thank you, Felicia. Mrs. Moraru, Mr. Patelis, Mr. Hadjinikolaou, Mr. Vidalis, and Ms. Stanescu, thank you for being with us. Nectarios Notis, my colleague, is ready for another, the 9th in the row, interesting panel. I pass the floor to him. Thank you for being with us during this 3rd e-conference of the European Commission and IOBE.
Thank you for having us. Bye.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. Thank you for being with us. In the last panel of this 2 days, very interesting conference for Greece Recovery and Resilience Plan. We are the last panel, I hope not the less interesting. So we have this not so funny role to try to keep you on your monitors and continue watching. And we will try to say interesting things, I know, because I think that we had the whole perspective of RRPs, Greek RRPs, but now we will see the key factors, how Greece's recovery and resilience plan will affect and will stimulate the key factors of the Greek economy. I don't want to say more. I want to introduce you to the people here that are contributing to the panel, and I thank you for being with us. Ms. Betty Alexandropoulou, Executive Director and Member of the Board of Enterprise Greece. Good afternoon, Ms. Alexandropoulou. Ms. Julia Tsetis, CEO of Unipharma. Mr. Fotis Kokotos, from Elunda Real Estate Development and member of the board of the Greek Tourism Confederation. SETE is the Greek acronym. Mr. Alexandros Eleftheriadis, PhD partner of Big Ventures, and Mr. Ioannis Hatzgiannis, head of the Athens office of DG Reform of the European Commission. Thank you for being with us here. And my first question is, I think it's the main question. What role can the Greek plan play in the development of tourism, pharmaceuticals, and ICT sectors? And what are the additional policy measures that are needed to strengthen this sector? So the second part of the question could be answered first of all by Ms. Alexandropoulou. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Notis. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As the National Trade and Investment Agency of the Greek state, operating under the supervision of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, in a sense, our function is to act as a facilitator in converting economic policy into concrete projects that aim to boost exports and investment. Greek economic policy is presented today through Greece 2.0, a strategic plan which aims to transform the economy with particular emphasis on digital and green transition of our country. The goal is to diversify economy, improve competitiveness, and strategically build on existing strengths for sustainable development. Over the past couple of years, Greece has implemented an ambitious reform program, repaired its public finances, and boosted its competitiveness internationally. The debt crisis that led to those reforms also spurred entrepreneurship and innovation, as well as the redirection of Greek businesses to the global marketplace. Greece 2.0 builds on the strong foundation, and its results are already impressive. As recently presented in the National Strategic Extraversion Plan, a plan which is based on Greece 2.0 pillars, the total value of Greek exports in the first 7 months of 2021, according to Elstat, reached 22.11 billion euros, showing an increase of 18.11% without the petroleum products, which significantly affect statistics, of course. In addition, in the first half of 2021, the net inflows of foreign direct investment were 2.3 billion euros, showing an increase of 34% compared to the corresponding period of 2020. Digging down further in those numbers, we see that one of the traditional powerhouses of the Greek economy, namely tourism, fared well. During 2020, and in spite of COVID-related downturn in tourism, foreign investment in the Greek hospitality sector tripled, attesting to investor confidence in Greek tourism, which bounced back better than projected this summer. Similarly, we saw increased consumer focus worldwide on healthy foods from quality producers. Greek food exports alone rose by 10.3% in 2020, and the sector drew an additional 21% in foreign investment. That simply underscores our view at Enterprise Greece that exports and investment are not separate fields. In a global economy, the buildup of a strong national ecosystem coupled with strong export performance is an integral part of attracting investment. The combination of an enviable geostrategic location, high-powered human capital, advantageous costs, and an excellent logistics infrastructure supports exporters and investors alike. But how do you take these assets and transform them to everyday business so as to stimulate national investment and trade? So at Enterprise Greece, we help our companies go global by tapping into the most promising markets and finding new business partners abroad. To do so, we have adopted a more client-centric business model during the past year and a half, and we have launched a range of new, mainly digital services and tools to help Greek exporters respond to the pandemic. For trade, our services are based on 3 pillars, depending on the level of export activity of each company. For new and potential exporters, our services include information and counseling. Enterprise Greece offers exporters information on foreign trade procedures and issues by analyzing statistics and drawing useful conclusions in the form of desk research. In addition, and as we now fall within the umbrella of the Greek Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we have been collaborating even more closely than in the past with our embassies, consulates, and economic and commercial affairs offices around the world, co-creating new services. One such example is the webinars focusing on doing business in a variety of target markets. As a result, we provide our exporters with a solid base on how to expand their reach and sales abroad. In terms of small, medium-sized companies, Enterprise Greece's program this past year included exported training with a focus on digital transformation and platforms, among others. Our Tech Tuesday series, as well as our collaboration with eBay, are prime examples of our efforts. And these services are the ones that apply to more mature businesses and mainly focus on current trends and emerging opportunities in international trade. Moreover, we provide additional enhanced services for exporters through participation in international fairs and targeted B2B meetings. Similarly, on the investment side, we provide a one-stop shop for investors following international best practices and working with all relevant stakeholders. Our services include management of fast track for strategic investments, customized investment portfolios, consultation on all aspects and stages of implementing an investment in Greece. It's no coincidence that the world-leading companies such as Microsoft, Pfizer, Tesla, Cisco, just to name a few, are recognizing Greece as an attractive investment destination. In terms of the immediate future, and as related to both pillars, our plan is ambitious, yet we believe entirely feasible. It comprises of roughly 460 actions, which are outlined in the recently released National Strategic Extroversion Plan, a good portion of which will be led, implemented, and/or coordinated by Enterprise Greece. More specifically, our goals are to increase exports and services to 48% of GDP, which is the EU average, by 2023, to increase the flow of foreign direct investment to 4% of GDP on an average by 2023, and overall for Greece to be among the top 20 brand names worldwide. To achieve this, our organization will continue to provide considerably more high-impact services and support for Greek companies using the above goals as our driving force. And similarly, in order to attract innovative and high-end investors, our suite of integrated services ranges from a portfolio of available private sector projects in various locations across the country, all the way to guidance on available funding, tools, and investment incentives. And all this with the enhancement of digital as well as green transition in mind. So ladies and gentlemen, at Enterprise Greece, we help businesses trade and invest in the future, tapping into global market needs and showing the way towards sustainable development with a focus on entrepreneurship and extroversion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alexandropoulou, for your statement. Ms. Tsetis, pharmaceuticals, it's a sector that is growing more and more every year. Its development is going very well in the Greek sector in Greece. So, from your aspect, how do you think that Greek RRP can contribute to stimulate pharmaceutical sector?
Good evening, Mr. Nectarios. Good evening to the whole panel. Thank you for having me here. After Mrs. Alexandropoulou, I feel it me more optimist in my field, and this, according to me, what is required in the post-pandemic era is vigilance, engagement, and implementation to stimulate investments. After 3 alarming crises, economic, health, climate, we have at our disposal the funding from RRF and the appropriate framework required to build up a strong economy. However, we need to make sure we provide the appropriate response to it. This is the main issue. The reduction of taxes, the reduction of social insurance fees have come timely to support the amount of investment plans inside or outside the boundaries of RRF. This is the positive side effect of the pandemic that liberates the European countries from the suffocated control of the Stability Pact. The environment now is very promising and very encouraging for investments. Our country is undergoing a strong digital reform, and we have all tasted the fruits of that digital revolution. Capitalize on this opportunity. That is how we can leverage on this recovery and resilience plan. The key for us is to be friendly to entrepreneurs, be friendly to the industry, creating an integrated ecosystem that will foster creativity and competition. The pioneering spirit has always been present, but consumed in small scale, low value added domestic services. Talent and scientific excellence were never in shortage, but not so much present in business. Finance was more than enough from the propagation of assets with low value generation potentials, according to Mias, such as the real estate, but leaped for high technology, complexity, and value creating ventures. We need to empower young people to bring high voltage ideas to life and shift economic institutions to become risk hungry. We need to secure finance channels for startups, bring together academic and business world, and inspire entrepreneurs to think big and think globally. It is going to be an easy way? No, but it's the only way forward for a value-creating economy. At the same time, we should reconsider the approach to continental production. It seems that if we want to get autonomy and not suffer deficits in raw materials, spare parts, and other necessities, we should bring production back into the continent, into Europe again, encouraging robust vertical integration of value chains. The pharmaceutical sector is a good paradigm. Besides its crucial role during pandemic, it is a key sector in the Greek economy by contributing 3.6% of GDP and stimulating the economy with 6.7 billion euros and 135,000 jobs, approximately 3.6% of total employment. Moreover, we need to highlight the importance, as Mrs. Alexandropoulou said, of Greek medical exports. At the moment, these amounts to roughly 10% of all exports, and this is a trend on the rise. Another pillar in implementation to stimulate investment should be the transfer of technology and know-how among EU countries. One example is what happened during the shortage of vaccines. Let's put solidarity and collaboration that everybody evangelize into effect. We should aim at living at all flattened prospects behind and fly high. Challenges should not frighten us. Thank you for having me here. I am at your disposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tsetis. Mr. Alferiadis, which are the challenges that Mr. Tsetis described, but which are the challenges that you think they still are in terms of investing in Greece? We've seen that the environment for investments has been better during last years, but have we reached the level that investors really want?
Good evening, everybody. Thank you. The quick answer to your question is yes, we are doing very well, I think, but of course we can do better. Venture capital has a very unique place, in the world of investments. And in fact, before becoming sort of a venture capital professional, I spent, 10 years as a professor at Columbia University in New York. And then, as an entrepreneur in a company that I co-founded called Video, doing video conferencing products, which was created actually using venture capital. So I've seen firsthand the unique role that it has played in the US economy, okay, which has created huge companies that basically change the world in terms of the products, and of course allow the US, to have a very vibrant and very dynamic economy. And the mechanism through which this was created was, predominant innovation on one hand, very often from universities. In fact, the whole venture capital business started, around Stanford, right, when a professor called Fred Terman, helped Hewlett-Packard to grow, and then out of that came Fairchild and Intel, et cetera, okay? So you have innovation coming in from the research labs, but then you have money that comes in to finance the development of these companies, okay? And in the US, and now in many places around the world, this was a benevolent cycle where successful entrepreneurs would take some of the money that they made and invest it back into the funds or become partners themselves. So if you look at the early stage of venture capital, all the partners in all the major funds were actually entrepreneurs, okay? They did not grow out of, let's say, in the investment profession per se, but really, they cut their teeth by being investment professionals, okay? So realizing this high impact that it has on society and the economy, the question is, how do you do that in a country like Greece? So historically, what has happened is, we tried to ignite this benevolent cycle using government money. So in the early days, about 10, 15 years ago, there was a Jeremy program that provided some initial funding for small size funds. Open Fund is one of those, which it was a relatively small fund, 15 million euros, which made some initial investments. Some of them are notable, like the tax rebate application that everybody in Greece is using, and many others. Later on, this was augmented by another facility which was used government money called Equifund. And Equifund was a very big facility. It was 300 million euros, which it was directed to venture capital firms, 9 in total, covering different stages of a company's evolution, from very early stage to medium. And these 300 million were complemented by private funds. In fact, the fund I'm working with, called Big Pie Ventures, is one of those Equifund funds, and we're a $45 million fund, having made 22 investments. So I think this contribution has been crucial, okay, for the success of the sector. Just to give you an idea of where we are today, just recently, a company called Brewground announced a funding round of 140 million euros with a valuation of 750 million euros, which is amazing if you think that some years ago this company just didn't exist. Okay, so the impact to the economy can be very significant. Okay, not because of this company alone, but the impact it has overall throughout the innovation, if you wish, ecosystem. So I think we're on a very good track, and I'm very happy to see that with this new Innovate Now facility that is part of the RRP program, this support will continue. And my expectation is that soon we won't actually need that, because this benevolent cycle will be self-sustaining. In other words, the success of previous entrepreneurs and of existing funds will be sufficient to keep this going on its own. Okay, if I want to make, let's say, one note, is that I was very pleasantly surprised to see the health sciences sector be particularly how should I say, vibrant in our field. In fact, half of our investments, I would say, relate to life sciences, which to me was a surprise, pleasant surprise. But only 2 are directly involved universities. In other words, the university is a partner. Okay, so I think we need to do a lot of work still in Greece to make sure that now we have the capital available, right? We need to make sure that this particular very special component of the innovation cycle is present and alive. Okay, and I mean universities, the research that's coming out from universities and from research labs. Okay, I think there should be a much better connection with the entrepreneurship and the creation of ventures.
Thank you, Mr. Eleftheriadis. And Mr. Kokotos, what we're discussing for Greek tourism during last years is that we need better tourists. We need tourists that will spend more here in Greece. It seems that this year, this summer, we succeeded in this partly after all this pandemic that we lived and we saw, even in the tourism sector. So how do you think that recovery and resilience plan of Greece could contribute to this direction for tourism, for Greek tourism, or in another direction that you could see? Can you hear us? I think we have a problem with the line. Mr. Hatzigiannis, from European Commission's perspective, you think that you heard what entrepreneurs from pharmaceutical sector, from investment sector, and Ms. Alexandropoulou, what they said on RRP's perspective for Greece. What's the European Commission's and the DG reform perspective on what Greece is planning and is already delivering on RRP?
Thank you, Notis, and good evening from me. And thank you for the opportunity to participate in this panel. And I would like to go back to the title of this conference, which was "How Can Greece 2.0 Turn a Crisis into an Opportunity?" And in fact, this is what the Recovery and Resilience Facility is aiming to do, and it is a very innovative instrument that the EU has put in place. And it aims at stimulating a new type of growth based on green and digital transition, strengthening the resilience of member states, providing the opportunity for investment and growth. And I would like to bring in the angle of DigiReform, the European Commission's DigiReform in this last panel, following the discussions of 2 days, which basically will focus on how the European Commission will support member states in implementing the very ambitious and impressive recovery and resilience plans they have put together. Because everyone knows that while there is a great opportunity, the key phase will be now the phase of implementation, of implementing the plans and meeting the very ambitious milestones and targets linked to the various reforms and investments that comprise of the ambitious plans. And the message that I would like to share with you, and in the context of this conference on behalf of DigiReform, the Directorate General for Structural Reform Support, is that the Commission will be there to support member states in this endeavor. It has already done so, and allow me to very briefly and quickly explain how. DigiReform supports the design and implementation of reforms, and it has supported more than 1,200 projects to date in 27 member states. And the way in which it will help, and is already helping the implementation of technical support projects, is through approving in its annual approval cycle projects linked to this important EU priority. Member states, in addition to requesting for support in the annual DigiReform cycle, they had the opportunity to request support in a dedicated call that took place last May. And they also had support to embed requests for technical support from the Commission within their recovery and resilience plans. And in addition, they have a couple of more options that have not yet been activated. Just to give you a few numbers, out of the 231 projects we approved, these are projects to support reforms in 27 member states last year. 146, that is 63%, were linked to implementation of reforms within the forthcoming recovery and resilience plans. In October last year, the member states were still designing their plans. In the dedicated call, which took place last summer, we approved 25 projects for 20 member states, 13 of them for the provision of general support for the overall implementation of the RRPs. Interesting projects because they will help the member states put in place the mechanisms through which they will monitor the implementation of milestones and targets. We also approved the remaining projects were sector specific. In the case of Greece, just to give you some info on Greece as well, there we are supporting with 25 projects linked to reforms in the RRP, 17 of which were approved last year. Greece also is also being supported or will soon be supported by a project for the general implementation of its RRP, and has also embedded one project in the area of health in the RRP. So our projects cover, for example, the reform of the health system, the digitalization of public services, the promotion of financial literacy. These are reform projects we support in Greece linked to the RRP. I do not want to take very long, but what I want to absolutely say is that we will be monitoring, DG Reform will be monitoring very closely the implementation stage of the RRPs, because without the ability to implement, there will be no growth as it has been designed in the plans. And we want to assure the Greek authorities, but also the authorities of other member states, that where there is a need to support the implementation of reforms, particularly reforms, but also reforms linked to investments within the plans, we will be there with the number of tools we have within our regulation to do so. And that is a commitment on behalf of our service and on behalf of our commitment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hadjiannis. Given that Ms. Tsetis has to leave on 7 p.m. And I just want the last question and your comment, Ms. Tsetis. Do you think that now in terms of the Greek government and in terms of European Commission, the things are better, the things are more flexible in order to deal with all this bureaucracy and all these obstacles that you often find in front of you when you want to make an investment, and now in terms of RRP?
Yes, because already we have the fruit, the new measure that the rebate. Can you hear me? Yes, and the rebate now you can balance with investments is already a very good measure before 1 year that is now is already established. So is the first relief, and now with RRF and the low interest and the new package of the new investment package, I think it's going to be more a better environment for investments in our sector, pharmaceutical sector, who is very, very serious. And during COVID, you have seen the importance of working in the pharmaceutical industry. And you see how high goes our reflects to cover all the needs for Greek patients. I think we are living now in a better environment. We feel more optimistic, as I said at the beginning of my speech. And as well as I'm happy to say that already Enterprise Greece organize trips like before to go to countries to make business in reality, face and face. And I think this Sunday you are going Libya, am I right? So all this is an environment that gives us joy, happiness. After so many crises, and even one thing to give to own holders, to stockholders, is a great relief. This is, I would like to say.
Ms. Julia Tsetis, CEO of Unipharma, thank you for being with us.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry to leave you. I hope you all the best. First of all, health.
Thank you so much. Ms. Alexandropoulou, from Enterprise Greece perspective, what opportunities does Greece have to offer to domestic and foreign investments, and how does Greece aim to address persisting regulatory and administrative bottlenecks in investment?
Hello again to everyone. Thank you, Mr. Notis. I think I addressed a lot of these in what I tried to make in my address, both in the way that we're working now in trying to put together the strategic plan of our, the RRF, but also in the way that we're conducting business. We are doing more for the exporters. We are trying to make sure that there's a global mindset in the way that they're going out. We're trying to help them, as Ms. Tsetis said, to come with us, whether it's digitally or whether it's physically. We try to do both, even during, the pandemic, to make sure that they understand what's out there, the information, have the global mindset, but also for the investors to understand what our ecosystem has to offer, to provide these incentives and to bring over the right investments so that our country can grow in both ways. I know it's late in the day. I don't want to reiterate like everything I said before, so I want to give the opportunity for the other people to speak. But I think that we heard optimism is the way forward.
So thank you, Ms. Alexandropoulou. I just wanted to see what you could add. Mr. Kokotos, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here. Hello.
Okay. We made it. So, Mr. Kokotos, I was talking about tourism before in my question. The basic objective for Greek tourism during last years was to bring better tourists, let's say, tourists with
higher
better,
per capita spending.
Sorry, I have a problem.
Higher per capita spending. That's what we usually mean.
And I think that we made it this summer. So this is one of the objectives that we need from Greek RRP in the Greek tourism sector.
All right. There is a common misunderstanding regarding how we measure the quality of a tourist. Now, generally, and that's a personal opinion, I don't like to talk about the quality of the tourist, of the visitor, of the guest. I like to talk about the quality that we provide as service providers, as a country. And that's really the kind of quality that we should focus on. Nevertheless, there is indeed a general discussion as to how much people spend per capita. So we measure how much a visitor spends during their holiday, and we use that measure as a way to determine how important they are to the economy, to tourism and the economy in general. Now, I sort of disagree, and I had this discussion earlier in another panel with the Vice Minister of Tourism, because using this metric per capita spending is not entirely correct. We should be using spending per overnight stay. Why am I saying that? We, as the Association of Greek Tourism Enterprises, SETE, we produced a study a few years ago showing that the main reason that per capita spending was falling was the fact that people were staying less. Now, why were people staying less? The main reason that they were staying less is that Greece became a city break destination. Athens and Salonika were able to attract hundreds of thousands of visitors that just came for 2 days, for weekends. This changed the client mix. Now, arguably, these people spent per night, they're only coming for 2 nights. So when they come, they stay in good hotels, they go out, they spend in restaurants, they go shopping, they'll try to compress an experience that would normally take 5 days over 2 days. So per overnight stay, they are spending more. But as it happens, when you go from the usual 7-day package to the 2-day city break, it might be that per capita, per person, the spending is less. So I have an objection in the use of this metric. Now, the core of your question is, has Greece managed to increase the amount of revenue per visitor? As it happens, this has been continually falling, and the main reason it has been falling is road access. You see, people who come with airplanes, people who use over transatlantic flights, long-haul flights, they will tend to spend more. But if you are more connected to the north of the Northern Balkans, so Bulgaria, Romania, Hungary, North Macedonia, etc., you will have a lot of visitors, maybe coming back every weekend or every second weekend, staying for a shorter time, maybe staying in a home or an Airbnb or something, but generally not spending much, but they will be tracked as a visitor every weekend. So you will count the same person as a visitor. Remember, I also have an objection in the amount of people that we count at the border. So every time we count them coming through, that is one arrival. And if they come 5 times, that is 5 arrivals, but it's the same person. So should that count as one arrival of one person that came over 5 weekends and stayed an overall of 10 days? As it happens, we're not doing that. We're counting them as 5 arrivals, and we're saying that they spent however much they spent, and we use a variety of ways to approximate how much they spent because we're not really following their actual spending. So, but the core of your question is, has Greece managed to attract higher spending? And the answer is, to an extent, yes, to the extent that we offer the kind of product, which means luxury, yachting, cruises, and to the extent that cruises leave money in the country and they're not just spent overseas, so to speak, quite literally or not, depending on where the cruise ship is stationed. That's where the actual revenue will be measured. So we have managed to increase the quality of Greek tourism with investments that have happened even during the pandemic. As a matter of fact, we as a company, we own 3 hotels that are luxury hotels. We invested heavily during the pandemic simply because we had to stay closed. So we had to do something, and there were cheap loans available. So we managed to invest and increase our product. And the result was that during 2021, a year with an ongoing global pandemic, we surpassed the revenues from 2019, a year without any pandemic. We made more money this year than we did in 2019. So, and we sell a luxury product. And of the 3 luxury hotels that we own, the one that sells at the highest rate was the one that increased its revenue by the highest margin, more than 50%. So that shows that there was indeed demand for very expensive tourism products. And we, as a country, can sell such products because we had been branded for many years as being a cheap destination. And we had been trying to reposition Greece in a new market and make it a luxury destination, to approach, say, a Monaco or a Capri or an Amalfi Coast, something like that. Well, we are succeeding, but to an extent, at certain destinations, because there are other destinations, like, for example, the ones that are accessible by road from the Northern Balkans, that are not really so. I hope that answers your question.
So do you think that Greek RRP will contribute to this direction, will help Greek tourism?
Island people or Greek people in general?
Pardon me?
I did not really understand the question. The Greek island people, is that
Greek
what you said?
RRP, Recovery and Resilience Program, will help Greek
All right,
tourism?
so, okay, we've had a discussion about this also with Theodoros Skylakakis, the president, the minister who's responsible for that. And I do think because, and there are 2 or rather 3 reasons that it will impact Greek tourism. One, digital transition. Greek tourism, and we earlier this year presented to the Association of Greek Tourism Enterprises. We presented to the government our proposal for digital transformation of the Greek tourism sector. And that is a wholesome proposal. It's hundreds of pages. We presented it, and it was accepted by the minister in charge of digital transformation, Mr. Pierakakis. We had a meeting with him, a Zoom meeting, and that is going to be funded. Another thing that's going to be funded is infrastructure projects. You see, for example, I am at the moment at a golf course in Chersonissos, Crete, which is about 15 minutes from a new airport currently under construction. This airport and the road that leads to it are greatly going to be funded, as well as other road and other infrastructure on the island. You see, Mykonos, which is a spearheading product of Greek tourism, this year was flooded, and its infrastructure was tested at the limit. Similarly with Santorini, a global brand attracting millions and millions of tourism, of visitors. Its infrastructure is also being tested. It will need to be expanded in every way. Roads, ports, water, electricity, all that. So that is a second sector where the recovery and resilience package will indeed help us. And investment in the products that I told you about earlier, luxury and generally value for money, but high value for money, that those investments by whoever, really, local entrepreneurs, international conglomerates, hedge funds, whatever, whoever is purchasing property and investing in Greek tourism will also be highly on the receiving side of this package. So I completely concur with you. I think that this is going to certainly help Greek tourism.
Mr. Eleftheriadis, besides tourism and besides pharmaceuticals, which are the other key sectors that RRP could help stimulate?
All right, so tourism encompasses a variety of products.
Mr. Eleftheriadis, excuse me, Mr. Kogolosu. The question is to Mr.
Sorry.
All right.
It's okay.
Thank you.
Look, the venture capital by its very nature is opportunistic. In other words, we fund innovations in whichever areas, come to be. So typically, software is a very important component, but we have innovations in materials. As I said before, life sciences has proven to be a very active sector. Okay. So, we're in the business of finding diamonds that, that with capital, they can grow to become very successful companies. Okay. So I don't think we can, predict, with very high certainty, narrowly defined fields that will benefit. But I think the whole area of innovation and the whole area of venture creation for companies that have, deep tech background will benefit. And again, I think it's very important at this stage that this support of providing funds to help venture funds like us to finance these companies is very instrumental to keep that process going. And again, with the ultimate goal that eventually this will become self-sufficient. In other words, we'll stop needing to help this will be going on its own. Okay, I hope it answered your question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Eleftheriadis. Mr. Hatzgiannis, concluding, what is the key message to Greece and to member states regarding every country's RRP?
Mr. Nodis, I think I will repeat myself because the important message we have to share and the strategy on how to support the implementation of the RRPs, I have to say we have the honor to also design it from here in Athens, the theme in Athens, for the whole of Europe, for all member states. The key message is that we will be there to support the implementation. And when or if there will seem to be difficulties, there are ways in which we can step in and support. And I think that is the key message to pass, that in this challenging endeavor, the member states are not alone, because there is an instrument, the technical support instrument, which is there at their disposal and on demand to provide technical support for the implementation of what member states have included in their RRPs. And I think that is my strong and hopefully clear message.
Thank you, Ms. Hatzgiannis. Ms. Alexandropoulou, concluding. Turn on your microphone, please. Thank you.
Okay. Concluding, I just want to point out something that was mentioned by Mr. Hatzgiannis before: crisis into an opportunity. This is the main point. We need to take advantage of the fact that we have the opportunity now to not only have a good strategy, but to focus on implementation. I tried to focus a little bit on what Enterprise Greece can do for the companies to help them implement, and for us to help the country go in the direction it needs. So we need to focus, implement, take advantage of the acceleration that the pandemic created in digital transformation for our country, and produce better and better results, better next year than this year. That's my message.
Now better with the microphone on. Thank you so much. Thank you all of you for contributing to this panel and concluding, and for last speaker for the conclusions of day 2 and for a farewell address. Mr. Chris Allen is an advisor here in Greece for economic and financial affairs from the European Union. Mr. Allen, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to thank everybody involved in the conference. First of all, IOBE and Nikos Fetas for helping organize the conference with us. Secondly, all the speakers, and I would also like to thank everybody who's listened in, because I think this is an important conference and an important moment for Greece and for Europe. We use the subtitle, "How can the Recovery Fund turn a crisis into an opportunity?" because we think it does exactly that. We think that this time is different, as Commissioner Gentiloni said yesterday. The Commission intervened very quickly in the crisis. This time was different. This time the coordination was there with solidarity and firepower. And I have to say that after this terrible 18 months, at last, I think we're experiencing the first impact of the recovery fund, and it really is a game changer. It's a game changer because, first of all, it's very, very large. It's 30.5 billion coming to Greece, about 17.8 billion euros, 18 billion in grants, and another 13 billion in additional low-cost, zero-cost loans. This is the scale of this is really quite striking. I think my colleague Declan Costello mentioned, in effect, over the 5 years, this is worth 1% of Greece's GDP being made available in financing every 6 months. It's a really big game changer. It's also a game changer because I think it's a different way of making policy in Europe. It's a way which is in which the coordination and the solidarity between the different member states and the European Union is being recognized and exploited to the full. As was discussed yesterday, the recovery plan is based on a collection of both investments and reforms. So the investments going with the reforms. It's also based on a much simpler approach than previous EU funding, which means that it can be implemented quickly and more effectively. Now, the scope of the challenges facing Europe and facing Greece is very clear. And Vice President Skinas and Chris Pissarides started today's session by discussing those issues. The Vice President said that climate change and the climate transition is something that can overwhelm economies. And that's why it needs to be done, and it needs to be done in a way which is well financed. And Professor Pissarides pointed out in Greece specifically the big problem of the investment gap, that investment is still almost half of the European average of investment, and the need to get investment back. Now, the Recovery Fund is based on the implementation of investments and reforms, and these investments and reforms are broadly in 4 different areas. In the second session, we discussed the green transition. And I think it was clear from the panel, which was a very international panel, including a German member of parliament, representatives of the World Bank and of the Commission and of domestic stakeholders, that actually Greece has a very ambitious transition plan. The transition plan requires actually a doubling of renewables, and that can be and will be financed in part by the recovery plan. But I think it also became clear that two other things were very important. One was that there were a number of other conditions for the renewables to be delivered, and those conditions included renewables have a different property in terms of and they're not necessarily available on demand. So it needs a battery system. It needs a very big change in the entire economy. And I think it's very clear that there needs to be an understanding from the public also of how important renewables will be to ensuring energy supplies, energy security, and reasonable prices of energy over the medium term. I think those issues were brought up very well in the debate, and I think it was also very clear, as was emphasised, I think by many of our colleagues from the environmental movement. It's very important that there is not greenwashing. That one important thing in the recovery plan is that there should be you should be sure that these investments don't affect the environment across the board, not just the green investments, and that's very important and something that we've been checking up on. Yesterday there was a discussion on digitization. Digitization is very important, and where Greece has made what I would say is remarkable progress since March. I think the progress, however, has to go on, and I think the foundations are clearly there, and there is a very large chunk of more than 20% of the recovery funding not just on projects for hardware, but also to improve skills. The third area, which was also discussed today, is social inclusion. And I think it's very clear that for Greece, where still the poverty rate is some 30%, where the unemployment rate is still one of the highest in Europe, social inclusion is absolutely essential. And we can't rely on trickle-down economics. We have to make sure that people are included. I think Theona Fotiu, who has, in fact, who implemented many reforms for the guaranteed minimum income, housing reform, and on family benefits, said that it was important that the RRP introduce innovative social policy. And I think that the Deputy Minister, Domna Mihailidou, answered that by saying, indeed, that's exactly what's happening. The recovery funds requirements mean that things are effectively have to be innovative, but it's very difficult to continue to fund in the longer term. But there are some very important changes in terms of the personal assistance scheme, in terms of nurseries, in terms of inclusion of families with children in the workforce, and in terms of getting people into jobs that are in the RRP. And those are very important elements. The final two sessions, I guess, are coming to the nub of the RRP. How can we actually finance investments, and what's the impact of that on businesses? And I think it was very interesting that the two sessions actually, I think, went very well together. It's important that there's some 13 billion of funding from the RRP, which will be which are going to be used in a very innovative loans program, where banks and the international financial institutions will use that money to stimulate growth. And it's clear that there's a great commitment, both from the banks and from the financial sector, to deliver that for all bankable projects, as one participant said. And I think what was very, very interesting was this last session that we've just had. We had a session last year also with industrialists. I think this year the emphasis was very different. The feeling was at last we have the right conditions for making investments. And I think that with that sort of statement, I think I'll end the conference, because it seems to me that the RRP is just at the beginning. Implementing it is going to be absolutely central, but it does seem to have made a very big difference to people's expectations right now. And I hope that we will see each other next year and see how far things have gone over that period. Thank you very much. Kalavradi, and good night.